Hey everyone, how are y'all? Hey 9mm, how are you? Werewolf Queen and Emerald Queen, how are y'all? Uh, Jan, that is perfectly fine, honey. You're okay. Hey, wait, what up, baby? Alright, I can already see Nightbot's gonna be a pain in the butt tonight, so give me 1 second. Okay, well, wait, what up, baby? Be safe. I don't know what is up with Nightbot. The heck? Hey, Stone Gator, how are you? Okay, there it goes. Alright. Hey, Kelly, how are you? Yeah, Werewolf Queen, hold on 1 second. Alright, it should drop in just a second. Alright, so Werewolf Queen, there's the link for it. Avion, how are you? Tracy Talks, how are you? Hey, Laughing Stock, how are you tonight? Um, Electricity never went out. It was our internet that we were having problems with last night, Laughing Stock. It would go in and out and then go completely off and then come back up and then go out again. So there was really no point in me trying to go live last night. Hey, Marissa. Alright, I'm trying to get all my stuff pulled up here, y'all. Okay. Alright. Okay, wait, what up, baby? I just saw your email. Hey, Seventh Row, how are you? Okay, I'm trying to get a screenshot pulled up here real quick. I was gonna go over or show y'all the picture. Michelle, thank you so much for being a member for 3 months. And she says, what a blessing to be a part of the Pickle family. Well, we love having you with us. And thank you so much for that. Okay. Wait. All right. I'm just getting my stuff pulled up here real quick, y'all. Because I was wanting to go over this the other night, and the internet kept acting up, so I wasn't able to. Hey, Musical, how are you? The time you start for me has gone from 3:30 to 1. So it jumped 2 hours, Musical? I had to go to the hospital for heart palpitations. Good service on my daughter messaging me. She works there. Cheryl, are you feeling okay after that? Okay. And you know what, little baby? I still cannot find anything else out about her, about Zoe, but because I did not get to go over her case the other night when I was having internet issues, I wanted to at least get it out there. Okay. Hey, J Rod, how are you? All right, y'all, give me a second. I'm trying to find where I wrote down about Zoe. It's really not a whole lot of information on her. Let's see who's getting it. Yeah, I don't understand why there's not more news people like covering it. I did see where her mama is on Facebook and was asking people to be, please be on the lookout and stuff like that. But I don't know where I wrote my. I had notes for her the other night. I don't know where they went. I've gotten so many notes. It's crazy. Okay, so I may just have to wing it with hers. She went missing. I have to. Okay, let me grab this real quick. All right. So Zoe Evans, she's 17. She's from Brownsville, Kentucky. She went missing on March the 24th. Now, her parents run a camp called Camp Joy. Her parents, Zoe was seen at 2 o'clock that morning. By 6 o'clock that morning, her parents noticed that she was missing. Her phone has either been turned off or it is dead. They haven't seen her. They haven't heard from her. Her mama is, begging people to please help, please be on the lookout for her. Like I said, I was going to go over this case the other night and put, get her picture out there, and my internet just wasn't cooperating. Werewolf Queen, she is 17. She's 5 foot 1 inches tall, 159 pounds, 17 years old. I haven't seen any other description, like what she would have been wearing that night. Her hair in this picture looks to be red. Hey, Jay, look, how are you? Um, but there was no hair color, no eye color, anything like that. Jay, look, that's what they're saying. She was seen at 2 o'clock that morning, and then by 6 a.m., her parents noticed her missing. And I know I had some other stuff wrote down about her, but I just don't know exactly where it's at this time. All right. And in this picture, I don't know how she was in this one, but this is the picture that the family has provided. Oh wow, so 9 millimeter, she ain't very far from you then. But they're asking, if anybody sees her, knows her whereabouts, to call the Brownsville, Kentucky police. That phone number is 270-597-2729. And let me see if I had. Let me jump over to my email real quick because I do have some other screenshots, I believe. Okay. Cheryl, that was very nice of him. Yeah, I wish there was more info. That's what I'm saying. I even went through Twitter and looked, and me and not 9 millimeter. I'm sorry. Me and White Widow Baby are the only two that has tweeted anything about Zoe missing. H. John Bondas, how are you? And her mama is Mandy Evans. That's her mom's name. And she is on Facebook. Let's see, Mandy Coates Evans is her name. Vapor, how are you? All right, let's see. Okay, so those other screenshots we don't really need. But I do have an article about her that's like super, super short. Probably one of the shortest articles I've ever read on a missing person. So they know. Do they know she went missing at the time? Who was it that asked? Jay, look, they just said that they saw her at 2 o'clock that morning at the camp, and then at 6 o'clock that morning is when they noticed her missing. That's the only information that they gave. All right, let me get this pulled up. A tree baby. There's one article about Zoe missing. That's it, and it's not a very long one. There's no uh, Vapor. I'm doing good, thank you. There's no Facebook groups for her. Um, if you go and you look her up on Facebook, it's her mama that's talking about her. Asking people to be on the lookout for her. Like I said, the only two people that's tweeted anything about her is me and White Widow Baby. Like, there's no coverage at all on this. Okay, let me zoom it in real quick. So this Karen Burks or Karen Burke is the one that posted this. She said Zoe Evans missing since Friday, March 24th at 2 a.m. from Kentucky. She's 5 foot 1 inches tall, weighs approximately 159 pounds, and she's 17 years old. See, they run a Christian camp that is a little. So 9 millimeter, do you know anything about this camp? Sure. Yeah, White Widow Baby, I can do that. Okay, so it says John and Mandy Evans, administrators of Camp Joy in Brownsville, said that their daughter Zoe was last seen around 2 a.m. and was discovered to be missing at 6 a.m. So contact the Brownsville police. That's the same number I just gave, 270-597-2729. 9 millimeter, can you send me an email with just like a little bit of information on it? Okay, so Mandy Coates Evans, that is her mom. And she posted, she's still missing. Her cell phone has been dead since she left. If you've heard from her, please let us know that she is safe. I mean, that's basically all there is to this girl missing. And I'll grab the article here. Like I said, it is super, super short. Hey Dan, how are you? Tad, how are you? So just Googled, I'm only 90 minutes away, and this is the first I'm hearing of it. I don't understand why there's not more people talking about it. Like, if you look it up, Zoe Evans missing or whatever, it has this one article here that pops up, and then it goes into other links to another girl named Zoe that was murdered by her stepdad. But it was like years ago. It wasn't, like in the last year or two that happened. All right, so family seeking help with missing teen. This is the same picture that I showed. It's got her mama and her daddy's phone numbers on there as well. Okay, I know someone who lives out in Kentucky. He's telling mine on the eBay website. I'll ask him. Okay, thank you, Emerald Queen. Humble Bee, how are you? You never guessed from the picture that she was 17, 13, 14, maybe even not 17. And see, I don't know when this picture, it's her and her mom and dad. I don't know when that picture was taken. Hey, Nina, how are you? All right. So this is the whole entire article. Like I can scroll down and show it. There's nothing. This is it right here. No conspiracy. How are you? So, a local family is asking the community for help with their missing daughter. John and Mandy Evans, administrators of Camp Joy in Brownsville, said that their daughter Zoe Evans was discovered missing around 6 a.m. on Friday, March the 24th. The last known contact with her was around 2 a.m. the same morning at Camp Joy. Zoe's 5'1" tall, weighs approximately 159 pounds. She's 17 years old. Brownsville Police Chief Jeremy Hodges confirmed that local and state law enforcement agencies, along with emergency management officials, are investigating the missing persons complaint. Anyone with any information as to the whereabouts of Zoe Evans is asked to contact Brownsville Police. And once again, that number is 270-597-2729. That's literally all it is. I just showed y'all everything that is out there on her. So I don't know why her family isn't pushing for this to be out more. I mean, her mama is on Facebook, asking people to help and all that, but why isn't the media picking this up? 9mm, I'm interested to hear about this camp. J-Look, honestly, I don't know. I even tried to Google Camp Joy. And at first, they came up with like several different locations of it. So whenever you Google it, you have to put in Brownsville, Texas, or Brownsville, Kentucky. Let's see, it's too hush hush, and it's being recent is not an excuse. I don't know why there's not more. Let me see if I can Google it real quick. Okay, so there's not a lot about it, not a lot of pics. People talk though a lot. Okay. But I mean, if you're just a short distance from it, 9mm, you're gonna know more about it than what I can find out on Google. Let's see, my neighbors won't send their kids there, and their church encourages people not to. So the churches, oh gosh, okay, so that doesn't sound good. And I guess this is their website. Who are the camp directors? Hmm. Okay. This can't be in Browns or in Kentucky because this one doesn't have. No, see, this one is in a completely different place. That's why whenever you Google it, it doesn't come straight up to the one in Kentucky. That's not it. Emerald Queen, it's EVANS. So Camp Joy is at 244 East Main Street. Let's see if this is it. Okay, so that's the name of the website, Camp Joy Baptist. Let me look that up then. Why is it so hard if this is like a Christian camp? Why is it so hard to look up? Let's see, Camp Joy Baptist Assembly in Brownsville, Kentucky. Okay. And I did see where her mama said that they were trying to get the camp ready for the summer. She had leukemia that she had, or not leukemia, I'm sorry, chemo treatments that she had to go do. Hey, Boone, how are you? So apparently her mama's sick. I just don't know why it's not. And this got pictures of kids all over the website too. So it's supposed to start May the 25th through August the 2nd. So I wonder if Zoe and her parents live there on the campground. Hey, King Scarlet, how are you? Hey, New Zealand, how are you? Okay, and there is a girl in here that looks like her, but I can't tell for sure if it's her. But I'm not going to show it. Um, because there's other kids in the picture. Or y'all can't even spell tonight. Cheryl, I don't know if he's a cult leader or not. Um, I am quite interested to hear about this camp, though. All right. See you too. I hope that as well. All right. So White Widow Baby's going to send me an updated picture of her. I need to get rid of these two. So 9mm, you don't think it's just cultish like, not just a full blown cult camp. Okay, when it comes to religion, I'm not a good source of info. So no conspiracy. This camp does? I just don't understand why, if this girl is missing, why isn't the media picking it up? It's not odd the pic sent out to find a missing child is outdated. Yeah, because I would think if she's 17, she would look older than that. Okay, 9 millimeter. I get what you're saying. All right, and I do have an updated picture of her. Let me download it real quick. 1 second. Okay. Let me. Oh, shit. I gotta pull the picture up before I can. Here we go. All right, I'm fixing to pull the updated picture up. Where's it at? Right here. Okay, so this is going to be an updated picture of her. Hey, Annette, how are you? Hold on 1 second, y'all. Okay, I'm back. William, how are you? Hey, Ray, how are you tonight? Told y'all PK was gonna walk. Well, William, he ain't walked yet, has he? Okay, so this picture is from 2022, so most recent one that could be found. I may try to get in touch with her mom, um, and see if like if she can give us some more information. Her mom is all over Facebook, begging people to be looking for her. So maybe I can get in touch with her and see if we can get some more information, maybe an updated picture of her that we can post on the channel, community page, Twitter, and all that, and get her picture out. It's just crazy that nothing has, like, her case hasn't been talked about. Eat Bray, I'm doing good, thank you. All right, y'all, let me move on. Like I said, that one was one that I was wanting to show y'all the other night, but the internet, when it's act up, okay, using an outdated picture is very odd, especially in 2023. Because I mean, in that one that I showed y'all, like on her missing person poster, you can clearly tell she's not 17 in that picture. Mandy G, her name, and I'll drop it in chat as well. Is Zoe? Oh Lord, I done spelled Zoe wrong. Evans, and she's from Brownsville, Kentucky. So maybe if more people can see that and start, sharing it on their social media platforms and getting her picture out there, then maybe her parents, somebody will call and say, "Hey, we saw her here or there or whatever." Okay. I am. Let's comment. Okay, 1 second, 9 millimeter. Let me find it real quick. Okay, so if her mom will let me come up and talk to her, interview her, I will and give you the content. Okay, 9 millimeter. That would be awesome. Or maybe we can get her on over here. I don't know. I don't know how her mom would, if she would feel more comfortable doing it in person, like with you, or on a panel. But just getting her story out there. Okay, I can message your mother on Facebook. Okay, thank you, White Little Baby. All right. Where is. Okay, that's fine. All right, y'all. I'm fixing to pull up Noel Rodriguez's stuff. Isn't really a whole lot more about him. They did dig up. It was a newly poured concrete porch, and the cadaver dogs didn't hit around the porch, but the ground penetrating, I guess, sonar or whatever it is, I did find an anomaly. But whenever they dug the concrete up and then dug under the porch or whatever, they didn't find anything. So I'm gonna pull that up real quick because the mama's already got warrants out for and everything. Hold on one second. Okay. Steve Morales, more attention. Exactly, Tad. Mama's name. Hold on. I just wrote it down. Where did I write it down at? Shit. Okay, so I'm gonna put the mama's name in the chat as well. So it's Mandy Coates Evans. Oh wait, y'all, I'm clicking on the wrong stuff here. All right. So I have this one, and then I have another article that's talking about the shed that the baby was living in and what all it had in it and all that. All right, so this one says police dig up porch and ongoing search for missing Everman boy, charges filed against the mother. Oh my gosh, hold on. Okay, had to answer a message back. Okay, that's. So it says the parents of a missing 6-year-old boy from Everman are now facing felony child abandonment charges after police spent the week searching the family's rented home for additional clues in his disappearance, including digging up part of a newly poured concrete porch. So Everman Chief of Police C.W. Spencer said that the boy's mother, Cindy Rodriguez Singh, and her husband fled the country for India with her 6 other children 2 days after officers performed a welfare check on the young boy. Investigators said that relatives reported that they had not seen the child since November 2022, and during that welfare check, Rodriguez Singh reportedly told the police that her son, 6-year-old Noel Rodriguez Alvarez, was with his father in Mexico. Okay, thank you, No Conspiracy. So Spencer said that investigators have talked to the boy's father several times, and he said that his son is not with him. Spencer said at this point, they have no reason to doubt the father's statement, and that the father has reached out to them as well for updates on the case involving his missing son. Nina, I know I didn't. To begin with, they just said that she left with her 6 other children, and Noel made 7. And then it comes out that she's got 10 total kids, and 3 of them live with their grandmother. Oh, see you too. He thought of Noel, like he said that he was Noel's godfather. So on Thursday, investigators executed search warrants at the family's rented home, which is a large shed at the back of another property that had been converted into a living space. The chief added that the conditions of the family's homes are part of the arrest warrant and couldn't elaborate on the state of the home before investigators performed the search, which he described as thorough. So Spencer said investigators turned their focus to a concrete porch that had been recently poured on the property after they had learned that it had been paid for by the renter and not the property owner. Spencer said that cadaver dogs didn't alert near the porch and that while ground penetrating radar did detect an anomaly underneath the slab, nothing was found after they dug up the area. So ultimately, our teams did not locate any evidence as a result of that dig that would lead us to finding Noel, Spencer said. The chief added that other evidence supporting their investigation was found at the home, but he wouldn't elaborate on what it was. He did say that no evidence has been found that would indicate that the boy had died. So hopefully he's still alive somewhere, but he's with someone who is taking care of him and giving him the medical treatment that he needs, like his breathing treatments and his oxygen treatments and all that. So I want to be very clear to this day. We still don't have any evidence that would suggest that Noel is deceased. So I just want to be clear that we are still pursuing every avenue possible with the investigation, Spencer said. Spencer said that the charges of abandoning and endangering a child filed against the boy's mother and the stepfather are second-degree felonies, and that now that they have been filed, they can work with federal partners to locate and extradite the couple back to the U.S. Hey, No Way, how are you? Okay, Werewolf Queen, thank you so much for that super chat. She says, here's hoping that everyone in these cases are safe. Yes. That is true. And Werewolf Queen, thank you so much for that. That was very nice. Yeah, hopefully they find Zoe and she's fine. Hopefully they find little Noel. Like I said, maybe because they have brought up the thing about, the rumor going around about the trafficking and all that. Just hope that the baby is with someone who's taking care of him. So it says that we're truly concerned about Noel's physical and medical well-being along with the safety of his siblings in India. Police are asking anyone with information about the boy or his family to call the police at any time, no matter how insignificant it may seem, could help them in the case. Now, yesterday on the it's the City of Everman YouTube page. That's where they've been doing the updates or the pressers. Well, I got a notification that they were going live with an update. And so I got like the 30-minute notification. So then I got the notification that they were about to start. They were about to go live or whatever. And I sit there literally for over an hour waiting for the police to go live with an update. And they never did. So I don't know if it was something that was just they had scheduled and had planned on going live and doing a presser and just didn't, or if something else came up and they wasn't able to at that time. No Way, thank you so much for being a member for 4 months. And she says, love this channel. Well, we love having you here with us. So thank you for that. Okay, so that's where they were talking about digging up the concrete porch. But there is another one that I'm going to grab that talks about what they found in that shit. It actually had a death altar, is what they're calling it, inside of it. Okay. Oh my gosh, all these uh, videos keep popping up. So it says missing Texas boy lived in filthy shed with death altar. And that was, what is it, the Saint Marta or whatever it's called? They had that in their house with these kids. And it actually explains what it is or what it symbolizes. Okay, it's the same did. Yes, King Scarlet. It is. All right. So it says a missing Texas boy who was the subject of an Amber Alert nearly a week ago has been living in a filthy shack that included an altar to death, according to media reports. Video of the squalor obtained by Dallas Fox Station shows a shed crammed with food, personal belongings, and two beds where 9 people, including Noel Rodriguez Alvarez, age 6, lived. I did see in some of the pictures that there was a playpen. You know, they had 5-month-old twins. I would think that the twins probably slept in the playpen. The other, let's see, there was 7 kids total. So the other 5 probably slept in one bed and the parents in another one. Hold on one second, y'all. Okay. All right. So it says inside the Everman, Texas shed where the child was last seen, there is an altar to Santa Marte, and I think I'm pronouncing that correctly, or hope I am anyway, or Saint Death, a female cult figure that personifies death in Mexico. It has been denounced by the Catholic Church and has grown in popularity recently, particularly with members of the Gulf, Sinaloa, and Juarez drug cartels, the DEA said. Okay, I wonder if it was an altar where sacrifices are made or a shrine in honor of someone who is dead. Okay, well, here's the picture of it. And it says below the picture an altar to Santa, is it Santa Marte? Am I pronouncing that correctly? Or the Mexican saint of death was found in the Texas shed where a missing boy had been living. So that's it. Let's see. Most criminals keep an altar to her. Oh wow. See, not enough room for the family, but enough room for the altar. It's pretty disturbing, honestly. I mean, just 2 beds is not enough. And they said that one of the beds was flipped over when cops got there. So Muerte, is that right, Ava? And how are you doing tonight, Ava? Okay, so let me go down. All right. So it says, with a globe in one hand and a jeweled sickle in the other, the statue's symbolism of personal empowerment and terror appeals to drug dealers, the agency stated. Investigators, including the FBI, who were asked to assist local forces in the small town south of Fort Worth, were seen coming and going from the shed this week with documents and other pieces of evidence. She's probably looking for her lucky rabbit's foot. I don't know. I just this woman. Uh, there's no telling what happens to that baby. Here's down. 9 millimeter, you're fine, honey. Okay, that thing is no joke, and death comes with it. I don't even like saying the name. Yeah, that is just. Can you imagine those 7 kids living there with that in their house? Nina, I don't know. They didn't say anything about that. It wouldn't surprise me if he was. Um, but they just said that he had been deported back to Mexico, and he was sent there before little Noel was born. Okay, Irene, don't come in my chat with no attitude. Wait, little baby, I think we need to set some rat traps. All right. So it says an Amber Alert was issued for Noel on Saturday after police and Child Protective Services were tipped off by family members who claimed that they hadn't seen the boy. Described as having physical and developmental challenges in months, his mother is believed to have left the country. He's just the cutest little boy, too, y'all. Okay, I don't believe in these things, but I do think it's weird that they would have had that. Jay, look, I don't. Why would somebody have this in their house? That's crazy. Okay, so Marissa said, honestly, it's not that bad unless you use it for bad deeds. I have her in my altar because I embrace the light and the dark. Okay. I don't think this religion needs exorcism. As soon as this altar shows up, you start talking about killing shit. Wait, really? Wait, what? Maybe he was just not too good at this. Okay, so she is associated with healing, protection, financial well being, and assurance of a path to the afterlife. Okay. So is that why the criminals like um they idolize her, I guess would be the right word? Yeah, we have to set the rat traps for Rat Boy. Okay. I don't know, but just like if someone wants to praise something or idolize something, okay, but why have something like that with a house full of kids? Yeah, Ray, I've got. I'm gonna talk about that too. That was sad too, y'all. Okay, so it says that he was born at 25 weeks, and they're talking about little Noel, and therefore has a lot of physical disabilities and developmental disorders. Everman Police Chief Craig Spencer told WFAA. He suffers from social disorder and has chronic lung disease, which has required him to be on oxygen at certain points of time. Prior to the Amber Alert being issued, the boy's mother, Cindy Rodriguez Singh, 37, was contacted by police and Child Protective Services. Okay. So, when asked about Noel's whereabouts, she told investigators that he was in Mexico staying with his biological father. However, authorities later learned that the boy's father never met him, as soon as he had been deported from the U.S. before he was born. When investigators tried reaching out to Noel's siblings, they learned that the children had been pulled from school. Hey, let's see. Michelle said, "Hey, didn't the landlord say that he was missing since November?" Is that what the older man? Is it Mr. Parson? Is that his name? Hey, Bullets, how are you? This is a picture of the inside of the house with one of the beds. Like I said, there's a playpen there. I'm wondering if that may be where the set of twins slept, and maybe the other 5 kids slept in a bed together, and then the parents' bed. But just look at the trash in it. Hey, Teresa, how are you? Okay. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to look at something real quick. Oh, it looks horrible in there. Maybe he was just so really lonely. Now, no way. He did say that he met Noel's mom about 10 years ago. Teresa, I'm doing good, thank you. And he met her. She didn't have a place to stay. He had 2 extra bedrooms, so he allowed her to come stay with him. She bought the food and all that while she was staying there with him. And then when she got married and her family grew, they had to move out into the shed behind his house, but it didn't have a bathroom in it. So, no shower, no nothing like that. So he left his back door open and would allow them to come into the house and use the bathroom, shower, and all that. Okay, so they threw shit everywhere while getting their shit. That's what it looks like. But I mean, just look at the shit under the bed right there. I mean, did they throw that under there whenever they were trying to get their stuff? Probably not. The house was probably trashed to begin with. Does she have a job? No way. I don't know. I don't remember if Mr. Parsons said that she had a job or not, but he said that she always bought food. I mean, he allowed her to stay there. Thought of himself as her kid's godfather. There was an article that I did read today where he said that he wished that he knew where little Noel was at because he would go get him. So I think he really cared about the kids. I think he even cared about the mom. But apparently she didn't care too much for him because in that article that I read the other night, he was talking about that the day before they left, she took him to the hospital because he had to have a surgical procedure done, and she was supposed to come back the next day and pick him up, and she didn't come pick him up. Uh, they left and just left him at the hospital. And I'm sure that picture was taken before the police went in and started the search. Uh, Wait, Michelle, you mean 10 kids? She had 10 kids total. She took 6 with her. Little Noel is missing, and then the other 3 live with their grandmother. Okay. So it says before authorities could make contact with Rodriguez Singh again, she boarded a plane with 6 of her children and their stepfather. Actually, the twins she had, I believe, 5 months old, I believe is how they said they were, are actually her current husband's kids. So it says that Noel was not on the flight, Everman police told Fox. Authorities believe that they flew to Turkey before making their way to India, where Rodriguez Singh's current husband is from. Yeah, J. Look, she had 10 kids total. See, there's the front of the house. See, I wonder if they took stuff from his house upon the. I don't know. I mean, if they did, he probably wouldn't say that they did. Because, like, he was defending her at one point, saying that he knew her. He didn't think that she would hurt Noel. She was a good mom, all this and that. Yeah, Michelle, all the kids are hers. The current husband, he's only the father to the 5-month-old twins. I mean, just look at it in through the door there. All the trash piled up. And then whatever those 2 animal cages are. I thought at first they might have been bird cages, but I don't think those are bird cages. If they got rid of one, then they're not fit. No, Michelle, and she's had run-ins with CPS before. And what doesn't make sense is the family is saying that they haven't seen Noel since November. So they haven't seen him in 4 months. She's had run-ins with CPS. Usually, from time to time, CPS keeps up with their cases. So did CPS from November of 2022 to March of this year not check in on her and notice that little Noel is nowhere around? So those are bird cages? Maybe so. Oh, right. I hope not. I hope that's not what they are. See you two. No, I don't know where the stepdad works at or the mom if she works or if she did where at. They haven't came out with any of that information. Let's see, the white one is a parrot cage with jungle gym on top. Okay, so on this black one, it has, I guess that would be feeder, the feed and water bowl, maybe. I guess that's what it kind of looks like. Okay, they have a perch in a bowl. Oh, that's all they needed was birds in a house with a baby who needs oxygen. Oh God. Okay. See, two cages, no dogs, cats, or pets. So my mind is going. White Widow baby, you're the third person who said that. Ray said it, and then 9mm says she thought that too. I hope not, Lord. See, I dream about having kids, but no. Oh, Teresa, I'm sorry. What is okay? So tree baby on the black one, it looks like it's like a water bowl in a feed bowl. Someone said on top of the white one is a perch. It may hold. I don't know. I can't zoom in on it, but it looks like it may be a holder for a bowl or something as well. No millimeter, it's fine. You are perfectly fine. You haven't said anything wrong. Words are bad for respiratory. Exactly, Marissa. So I just hope that they didn't have those. Because, I mean, just think two bird cages. So if they had birds in both of them inside that filthy house with that little boy who had breathing problems, chronic lung disease. Hey, Laurel, how are you? Okay, so the popularity began with hopeless, poor, mostly Catholic communities fed up with church. Drug gangs from those areas co opted her as their patroness. She's not bad, they are. Okay. I plan on looking into the statue and learning a little bit more about it. See, Ray, that's what I'm saying. Avian flu, like with that baby in there. And okay, so we don't know if any of her other kids had any type of disabilities or uh, chronic illnesses or anything like that. So, with him, he was born at 25 weeks. That's a little over 6 months. So I'm wondering if she has any other ones like that. Okay, so it says the dingy shed is located behind the home of Charles Parsons, 71. He told a local station that he met Rodriguez Singh at a grocery store nearly a decade ago and offered two spare rooms in his home since the single mom was going through a rough patch. This dude was like super nice to her. He literally just met her at a grocery store, didn't even know her, and let her move into his house with him. Let's see. I have a different take. Oh, King Scarlet, you're talking about the statue. I'm gonna for sure look into it. All right. So it says that she eventually moved into the shed as she had more kids with a total of 10. Ain't this baby so cute, y'all? I can't do the picture where everybody can see him, but he's just standing there with his hand in his little pocket. Super cute little boy. Okay, so three of them live with their grandparents. They're scared that they're going to get in trouble with the law, Parson explained. They're afraid that they may have done something wrong. They have a baby missing. They're afraid that they may have done something wrong. This little boy is missing, but they're afraid they've done something wrong. I mean, he's 9 millimeter. Ain't he adorable? And see, this is the Parson man. Like, he's just sitting there defending her. His shirt says "Stay chill." Yep, it does. I didn't even notice that. What was she doing? Trying to catch Nick Cannon and kids. Dad. He is so cute, y'all. I can't believe any mother would do something to hurt their kid. Just wondering, where did she meet the dad on Tinder? I don't know about his dad, and I'm wondering if any of the other siblings have the same dad as Noel. CPS is awful in some cases. If she had children taken away before, it is understandable why she would be scared. Right. But this old man is saying they're afraid that they may have done something wrong. Well, why don't she just tell where the baby's at instead of lying about it? Okay, so it says the man who considered himself Noel's godfather believes that the boy's mom did not hurt him and that the child is still alive. I know her, he offered as proof. Well, you can know her, and she still could have done something bad to this baby. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if she is Catholic, they don't practice birth control. I wonder, isn't most, and I don't know if she would be from Mexico, but aren't most of the people from Mexico, aren't they Catholic? No one ever fully knows. Jay, look, that is true. Okay. I wanted to bet he passed, but they probably wanted to keep the benefits. So, King Scarlet, Catholics do practice birth control? Marissa, I hope he hasn't passed though. I mean, honestly, it would be very nice if they say, we found little Noel. Uh, he was with a family who loved him, was taking care of him. He was getting the medical treatment that he needed. That would be the best outcome. Okay, they do, but aren't supposed to. Okay. If he knows her that well, then he should know where the boy is. I don't, I mean, is he brainwashed and that's the reason why he's defending this woman? Okay, Catholics do practice birth control, and Mexicans just have a lot of kids. I'm wondering if any of these other kids, though. Because wouldn't it, oh, it told the ages in one of them, but they had the 5 month olds, and then there was like four or five of the kids that was like a year apart. Okay, so Humblebee says she went to a Catholic private school and see, it was taught no contraceptives. So I don't know. I just hope they find this little boy soon. Let's see. Did I have another one? Okay, Marissa says, I am Mexican and native. Big families are just a part of our culture. Okay. Emerald Queen, I hope that that's what happens. I mean, honestly, is there any other better outcome that that baby could have right now? I mean, if he was with, whether it was family, like his biological family, blood family, or if it's just with a family that his mom knew, or even if she sold him to a family and they're taking care of him. Hold on one second, y'all. Okay. Yeah, I don't think there would be any better outcome than that. He has a bed to lay down in at night. He's getting food. He's getting medical care. That's like the most important thing that he needs. Love, food, a bed of his own at night where he's warm, and medical treatment. Hey Jinkies, how are you? It's I don't know. Are people? If y'all haven't hit the thumbs up, please go do so. Teresa, when did what happen? I probably missed a few comments. Let me go back up real quick. Okay, I'm personally not Catholic, but my public school friends were potheads, so my dad decided to send me to a school where kids have more money to spend on harder drugs. Oh wow, Humblebee. Uh, I was trying to see what Teresa was referring to. Yeah, if y'all haven't hit that thumbs up, please do so. Jinkies, you are very welcome. We're happy to have you here with us tonight. Oh, Teresa, the lady taken out with her kids. Okay, so oh shit, I changed my calendar, so I don't. Um, hold on. I've got the dates wrote down. Hold on, I have to find them. Y'all, I've got so much stuff that I have to try to keep up with. Y'all, it's crazy. Let me find where did I put little Noel stuff at, y'all. I'm trying to be quiet so y'all aren't the ruffling of the pages aren't like super loud in the mic. Where is his stuff at? Okay, Teresa, no, honey, it's fine. I just gotta find where I wrote it down. Hit the dates for his case. Okay, so that was Taylor's stuff. What did I do with his? Oh, Stone Gator, honey, we're gonna keep you in our prayers. Okay, where is? Jeez, it was sometime this month, or well, in March, Teresa. I'm gonna have to Google it. I don't know where my notes went for little Noel. What the heck? Oh, okay, that's Zoe's. Okay, I think this is it. This don't have a date on it. Shit. Y'all, I am so unorganized. Okay, I'm gonna have to Google it to find out the dates. I could swore I had them wrote down. threw a bunch of stuff away off my desk, and they probably got thrown away with it. Wait, little baby, I was just looking for the dates um, for Noel's case, like when CPS came to check on him, and then when his mom and them fled the country, and I had it all wrote down, and now I don't know where it's at. Oh my gosh, y'all. I need an actual, like, individual notebook for each case because they all get put into one notebook. And then I lose track of them all. Okay, so that is about the shooter the other day. All right, I'm just going to have to look it up. Let's see what a note. Yeah, Stone Gator. That's what I'm gonna have to do. I'm just gonna have to have notebooks um, for each case instead of because I have a 5 subject one right now, but I can't even doing one section. It's still not working out. Okay, so mom is from India. Okay, so Michelle, no, the Noel's biological dad is from Mexico. His stepdad is from India. Yes, Stone Gator, I do. Okay. Hey, baby boop, how are you? And baby boop, I did get your email, but I didn't see it until right before I went live. So I'm gonna get back to you. Okay, let's see. All right, I got it. Wait, little baby. All right. Y'all, he is just like super cute. Can't believe this mama would do something. Hey, Cherokee Raider, how are you? All right, give me a second. I'm fixing to pull the timeline up. All right, so this is from. Oh, this is from today. Okay. All right. So, timeline of events in the search for missing Everman, Texas child Noel Rodriguez Alvarez. Baby boop, yeah, I'm doing all right. Okay, so police in North Texas are searching for 6-year-old Noel Rodriguez Alvarez, who hasn't been seen since November. Hey, Stevie, how are you tonight? All right, so here's a timeline of the investigation and the events that authorities said that they have pieced together so far. So, an investigation into Noel's whereabouts started March the 20th. Hold on. Okay. All right. So it started March the 20th when Texas Child Protective Services received an anonymous tip that Noel hadn't been seen since November 2022. CPS has had prior involvement with the family. Hold on, let me check the chat. Let's see. Well, I can't believe most people are as stupid as they are, but yeah, that is true. Well, yeah, there's some crazy ass people in the world, y'all. Let's just throw that out there. All right. So Everman police conducted a welfare check on March the 20th at the family's home on Wisteria Drive and spoke with Cindy Rodriguez Singh, Noel's mother. She told them the 6-year-old was in Mexico with his father, and at the time, police said that they did not have reason to believe that she was lying. The mother avoided later attempts by investigators to contact her again, according to police. Hey, Lori P., how are you? So on March the 21st, it said police have learned that on the 21st, one day after the welfare check, Rodriguez Singh obtained travel visas to fly to India with a stop in Turkey. All kinds of normal Ray, is that what you're saying? There is normal people out there, but there is a lot of crazy folks out there too, y'all. Okay. So on the 23rd, investigators spoke with Noel's biological father, who told them that he had never had the opportunity to meet Noel because he was deported to Mexico before his son's birth. The Department of Homeland Security confirmed his statement and that federal authorities had no record of Noel crossing the border into Mexico. Lori P., I'm doing good, thank you. So they don't think he's in Mexico. Hey there, Krista, how are you? Um, they don't have his name on the flight records of him leaving the country with his mom and siblings. So he's got to be somewhere in the U.S. unless he was taken across the southern border illegally. Let's see, where did I stop off at? Okay, so on March the 23rd, Noel's four older siblings, aged 7 to 11, were absent from school after Rodriguez Singh contacted their school in Everett Independent School District to ask about unenrolling them. Noel, who has serious disabilities, including chronic lung disease that requires medical treatment and occasional oxygen treatment, was not enrolled in school, according to police. His mother had custody of seven of her children, including Noel and his half siblings, who were 5-month old twins. Three other children live with Rodriguez Singh's grandmother. So I was saying they were living with their grandmother, so they would actually be living with their great grandmother. See you too? Yeah, I'm thinking that she done something to this little boy, and that's the reason why they ran. If I ain't mistaken, there is an extradition treaty between the U.S. and India. So, also on the 23rd, Rodriguez Singh left the U.S. with her husband, Arshdeep Singh, and other six children in her custody on a flight from DFW Airport to Istanbul, Turkey. Noel was not with them on the flight. Police said that their travel itinerary showed that they had a connecting flight to India, and police later confirmed that they were on that flight. They were not stopped at the airport because an Amber Alert had not been issued yet. On March, well, hold on, let me look at something. So three different things happened on the 23rd. So she unenrolled them from school on the 23rd and left the country on the 23rd. Hey, Tina Marie, how are you? Expect delivery. What delivery? What, Stonegator? Hey, Carmack, how are you? Okay. See, seems she got spooked by CPS. Probably so, Michelle. Oh, thank you, Stonegator. Hey, Illusions, how are you? All right. So that was three different things on the 23rd. Then on the 24th, after learning Noel was not with his father, investigators tried to contact Noel's mother again but could not reach her. Oh, because she was already out of the country. So on the morning of March 25th, police issued an Amber Alert for Noel with a description of his mother and her pickup truck. Police did not know yet that the mother and other family members had left the country. On the night of March the 25th, police learned that the family had left the country. Rodriguez Singh's truck was found at DFW Airport. An alert for Noel was then changed to an endangered missing person alert. We were actually live that night, and somebody come in and said that the Amber Alert had been canceled, and we didn't know why. And that's when we realized that it had been updated to the endangered missing person. So March the 26th, 27th, and 28th, police held a press conference to provide updates. Into all over vehicle. Okay, thank you, White Widow Baby. See, they were searching the property where the family lived on Wisteria Drive and said that they are investigating all possibilities and tips and that they have not found any evidence of a crime or confirmed what happened to Noel. Police said that they had no significant updates to release on Wednesday or Thursday, March the 29th and 30th. Please rest assured that as soon as we have something substantial to update, we will happily do so. Which I do like how this police department, how they're doing their pressers. I know I just heard a damn cat in here, y'all. I don't know where he's at, though. Thank you, Stone Gator. I don't know where he's at. I hear him meowing, but I don't see him. Unless he's on the other side of the bed. I don't know where he's at. Okay, so let's go down. So there's the old man's house right here, and then the shed back there in the backyard. Okay. All right, so that is all on that one. Hopefully, they found this little boy. And I actually need to bookmark this so I can keep up with that timeline. Your cat can hear him. No conspiracy. I don't know where he's at. Like I said, he may be on the other side of the bed. He comes in here and he meows as loud as he can, being very dramatic. Okay, y'all, that was the wrong cat. That was Beavis instead of Milo. Ray, I hope they find him alive too. And I hope wherever he's at, he's getting his oxygen like he needs. All right. Let me see. There was something about little Oakley Snow that I wanted to read to y'all as well. Wait, I think this is it. Let me see. Yeah, and this is another baby that's like super cute, and his mama is not giving up where she's at either. Okay, when you get a minute, could you check your Twitter DM? Yes, I can do that real quick before I jump over on this. 1 second. Okay. Wait, little baby, you talking about little Oakley's dad? Truth Seeker, how are you? Okay. Zachary Snow. Okay. What? Oh. Yeah, I did not. Okay, so if y'all remember, I had read that they had found, or CPS had found Oakley's brother. They never did say how old the brother was, though. I just assumed that it was like an older brother, maybe a couple of years older than her, I kind of find out this he was like, what was it, 7 months old, white little baby? This little boy was, and she literally abandoned him. 7 month old Colton. Yeah, she just walks out of the house and leaves him there. Okay, so this one says the last sighting, it's eerie update in case of missing girl 2 as cops say that she was last seen unconscious before worrying doctor's visit. Hey, Kelly Dom, how are you? All right, so a toddler was last seen either asleep or unconscious before the 2-year-old vanished earlier this year, according to police. Oakley Snow was initially believed to have disappeared from Oklahoma in January. However, the Seminole County Sheriff's Office now believes that the child is likely not in the state after a sighting in February. The girl, her mother, and her 7-month-old brother were last seen in Indianapolis, Indiana, rather than Oklahoma, according to cops. Investigators said that the boy is safe with his father, while the mother and her ex-boyfriend are now in jail. However, Oakley still remains missing. So Rowan Waters, who is the ex-boyfriend of Madison, and Madison is little Oakley's mama, uh, they had departed Ofuskee County and headed to Indianapolis, Indiana, said J.T. Palmer with the SCSO. So when we were notified, we had no information to issue an Amber Alert. Back in January, Madison Marshall took her 2 children across state lines, which wasn't a crime. She is the custody mother of the children, said Palmer. The sheriff's office later learned that Marshall was last seen carrying Oakley out of a home in Indianapolis. They described that she was either asleep or unconscious. She wasn't moving, said Palmer. She was wrapped in a blanket, and the mother made a statement, "I've got to get her to the hospital. She's been hurt." So Palmer said that the child was not taken to the hospital. Indianapolis police told Palmer that the mother left the 7-month-old behind, just left this baby at home. Okay, I just want to bring something up. If they extradite the mother, are they going to bring the 4 kids that are not the twins with people who don't know them in a foreign country? I wonder yeah, I would assume that they would bring if they find her and bring her back. And we're talking about Noel's mama here, real quick. If they find all of them in India and they bring her back, and there's charges for the stepdad too, so they would have to bring him back too. I would assume they would bring all 6 kids back. See, I picture her with long, straight, dark blonde hair. Truth Seeker, who are you and Humblebee talking about? I haven't got to keep up with that conversation. But I would assume that, okay, wait, what up, baby? That's fine. I would assume that they would have to bring, even if they only brought the mama back, they would have to bring at least the 4 kids back because her current husband is not their dad. Oh, they're talking about me? Ow. Oh, no, Humblebee, you're fine. I was just, as I'm checking the chat, I was seeing y'all talk back and forth. I didn't know who y'all were talking about. So it just went through my mind that if that baby didn't make it to the hospital, that the mom did something. Teresa, I think so too, because they're saying that she didn't go to the hospital. Thank God though the CPS found the 7-month-old little boy before something bad happened to him. So it says that she left with Oakley to say that she was taking her to the doctor. She never came back, Palmer said. These people called the police at Indianapolis and said, "Hey, we've got a little 7-month-old baby that's been abandoned here. Would you come and get him?" Thank God for these people I'm assuming it's going to be the neighbors who saw her leave out of the house with Oakley. So after that, Marshall and Waters traveled to Colorado, where Waters was arrested for outstanding warrants out of Oklahoma. Police said that there was no child at the motel where Waters was arrested. He is facing charges of child abuse and domestic assault from an incident back in October 2022. Marshall went back to Indianapolis after Waters' arrest. However, she eventually traveled to North Carolina. So she's now in custody in Hartnett County, North Carolina, on charges of child abandonment out of Indianapolis. The SCSO is urging anyone with information in Oakley's whereabouts to contact the Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department. And there is another picture of little Oakley. Okay. See you two, they're crazy. Anybody that hurts a kid is crazy. And she's only 2 years old. I mean, like this is happening to these little kids that cannot defend themselves against these adults who are hurting them. Just like the little Talon boy, his body was found yesterday afternoon. He was the one that was missing. Where's the article about the sister and them? Oh, let me see if I have that article. But anyway, Talon is a little boy, he was from St. Petersburg, Florida, that was missing. They found his mama murdered, said that she'd been stabbed multiple times, and then they found his body yesterday. Hey, Tonka, how are you? Hey, Billy, how are you? See, I still need a hug and therapy session. Oh, Marissa, I was watching it. I didn't know he had been found. I posted a thing. Let me see if I can find this other article while I'm telling y'all this, what happened. So I had posted a thing on Twitter. Tonka, I'm good. Uh, of him missing and that they were looking for volunteers because they were going to do a search today. And so I posted it, and then somebody said all they put was found. So I asked them, I was like, so are you saying that he's been found? They said, yeah, police are about to do a presser in 5 minutes. So I went to looking all over YouTube and found WFLA had it up and ready, waiting on the Ellie to do the presser or whatever. And usually JB Buno with WFLA, he's usually pretty on point with all of his stuff. Um, so as soon as I clicked on that, that's when the chief came out and was talking about the little boy being found and how he was found. And it was just sad. And now his dad has been arrested. Um, he's been charged with 2 counts of first degree murder for Talon and Talon's mama, because they said that she had been stabbed multiple times. And it actually happened the 29th is when it happened, that late that afternoon, early into the night, and it was actually the dad's birthday. But they don't know if it has something to do with the dad's birthday and the baby didn't go maybe to whatever they were doing for the dad's birthday, if it had anything to do with that or whatever. But it's just a sad situation that he killed his little boy who was only 2. Just turned 2. I think they said 19 days before he was murdered or went missing. Hey, Brad, how are you? Um, and Brad, it is now your birthday. Happy birthday. Um, I think they said 19 days before that he had turned 2 years old. Okay, I'm trying to find. There's an article that is talking about this Rowan Waters boy. And you're welcome, Brad. That was with Oakley's mom. his sister, I guess him and Madison and Oakley and maybe Oakley's brother were staying with her, and she noticed bruises on Oakley, and they ended up getting into it. Okay, so hey Laws, I emailed you an update on the cases here in North Carolina. Tried again, but still highly suspicious. Okay, thank you, Billy. I'll check that out in a second. And anyway, so she noticed the bruises on Oakley's legs, and they got into it. And I guess Madison, the two babies, and the boyfriend left. Let's see, if these people don't want these babies, they don't need to make these babies. Right, or if they don't want them, like, there's people out there who want to have kids and can't. Okay, did you see that JLR was out there all day searching? Now, baby boob, I did see JLR was outside, I believe, Taylon's daddy's house when they were searching his house and his car. I did see that. I didn't watch it if he was out there where they found his body up. I didn't get to watch that part. H. John Finest, how are you? Okay, let me see if I can find. I don't even remember who put the article out about the bruises. I just remember reading it. So it may take me a second to find it. Okay, give me a couple of these babies. Yeah, I mean there's a lot of people out there that would love these kids. You know, if I do agree, if you don't want a kid, you should take precautions not to have a kid. But if it happens and you still don't want it, give it to someone who does. Don't kill it or hurt it or anything like that. So that's not what is on their mind. Yeah, I know. Okay, give me just a second. Okay, yeah, White Widow Baby, if you can find it, I'm going through these articles because I remember reading it, but I don't think I saved it. Okay, he was outside mom's house all day yesterday, then went to dad's, and that's when he got the news. Can y'all imagine, though? So, Talon's mama, her name was Passion. She was killed Wednesday night. They found her Thursday. So, Passion's mama, she already knew she's lost a daughter. But then the grandbaby's missing. Don't know where he's at. Now she's lost not only her daughter, but her grandbaby too. Okay. And see, I was just on this article. All right. Let me get this pulled up, y'all. I don't know which cat that is in the background, but just don't pay me any attention. Oh, that's Fuzzy Butt. All right. So, mother of missing 2-year-old Oklahoma toddler arrested thousands of miles away for abandoning her other child. Okay, I imagine the baby's passed on the way to the hospital, and the new boyfriend probably responsible for what happened. He probably took the mom against her will. Does anyone know she's still alive? Talka, are you talking about little Oakley? Hey Riddler, how are you? Honestly, and I hate to even say this, I don't think she's alive. I think either the mom or the boyfriend did something to her, or possibly they had drugs in the house and she got into some drugs. But either way, the mom and the boyfriend know what happened to her, and they know where she's at. But no, I don't think she's alive. I really don't. Because the mom is saying that the mom told Oakley's biological dad that she dropped her off anonymously at the hospital. And the hospital saying no, she didn't. It's just, honestly, it's sad either way you look at it. All right, so law enforcement authorities in the Midwest are desperately searching for answers in the disappearance of a 2-year-old Oklahoma girl after her mother was recently arrested thousands of miles away with no sign of the child. Oakley Snow, described as being about 2 feet tall, weighing 35 pounds, with blonde hair, blue eyes, was first reported missing on January the 9th and was believed to be traveling to Indianapolis with her mother, Madison Marshall, the Indiana Police Department said earlier this month. According to a report from the Indianapolis Star, investigators say that when Marshall left for Indianapolis, she was also accompanied by her 7-month-old son, Colton Snow, and her 25-year-old boyfriend, Rowan Waters. Oakley and Colton's father, Zachary Snow, reportedly told investigators with the Seminole County Sheriff's Office that Marshall and Waters took the children from his home in Oklahoma on January the 9th without permission before fleeing to Indiana, where they could stay with Waters' mother. So how did they take the kids from his house without his permission? So the group reportedly arrived in Indianapolis sometime in late January or early February and began staying at the home owned by Waters' mother, located just south of downtown Indianapolis. While they were staying at the residence, Waters' sister told investigators that she visited her brother and Marshall at the home and got into a verbal argument with the couple after she seen numerous bruises on Oakley Snow's legs, the Star reported. The couple reportedly told the sister to leave the home after the argument. I wonder if the sister called police, though, and told the police that she saw bruises all over this baby's leg. I don't know, Emerald Queen. That's the first I've heard of that. Did he just, like, did they come in and he didn't know that they came into the house? I'm curious if she called the police, though. So on February the 9th, Marshall and Waters left Colton Snow alone in the home, telling Waters' sister that they had to take Oakley to the emergency room after she hit her head while bouncing on a ball, the Star reported. Okay, so they left Colton alone in the home, telling Waters' sister that they had to take Oakley to the emergency room. Okay, so but when the sister saw the couple return to the home, she reportedly told police that she did not see Oakley with them and later called Child Protective Services. So does the sister live close to where they were at? According to the Star, witnesses in the area that night told investigators that they saw Marshall and Waters leave the residence holding what looked like a child wrapped in a blanket, but that the baby did not appear to be moving, talking, or crying. They described it as she was either asleep or unconscious. She wasn't moving, Seminole County investigator J.T. Palmer said in an interview with Oklahoma City NBC affiliate KFOR. Palmer said that the couple were seeing the couple that were seen leaving was described as a crack house. So they left the 7-month-old little boy by himself in a crack house. So I wonder if Oakley did get into some drugs. If it truly was a crack house, did she possibly get into them and she OD'd from them? So additionally, family and friends reportedly told investigators that they contacted every hospital in the area and were unable to find any record of Oakley being checked in. The couple eventually made their way to Colorado, and officers with the Greenwood Village Police Department on March the 3rd arrested Waters at a hotel on the outstanding warrant from Oklahoma issued in November. The warrant stemmed from charges of child abuse and domestic assault and battery in the presence of a minor, court records show. Investigators said that Marshall appeared to be staying at the hotel with Waters but wasn't there at the time of the arrest, nor were there any signs that the couple were traveling with children, per the Star. So Waters reportedly told police that he, Marshall, and the two kids left his mother's home outside of Indianapolis, went to another house where he and Marshall did drugs, then abandoned Colton Snow in Indianapolis. The infant was later picked up by Waters' sister and turned over to CPS, who returned him to his father, the Oklahoman reported. Waters was unable or unwilling to disclose to investigators where Oakley was, but police say that he told his mother that he helped Marshall in dropping her off somewhere without getting into any specifics. But I mean, if you're going to say that you dropped her off somewhere, you might as well just go ahead and say where it was that you dropped her off. So Marshall, on March 23rd, was arrested in Harnett County, North Carolina, as a fugitive from justice on charges of neglecting a dependent. Jail records show she is currently being held on an $800,000 bond as she awaits extradition. Now, whenever I looked at it, it was $80,000. So I don't know if that's a typo or if it's really $800,000. No, it is actually $80,000. So they have a typo in the article because there's our bond amount right there. King Scarlet, yeah. The boyfriend is saying that him and her went to another house and did drugs. I'm pretty sure she is. Okay, sorry to be blunt, but in my opinion, it is possible that they sold her. Yeah, but I mean, it is possible that they could have done that. But these people that are claiming that they seen Madison run out of the house with what looked like Oakley wrapped in a blanket, she wasn't moving or crying. I mean, was she really just, maybe she was asleep and they were taking her to sell her to someone? Because, I mean, there's some parents are just crazy like that. They'll sell their kids, get rid of them for drugs, or anything like that. All right, so it says, despite multiple interviews with investigators, authorities still have been unable to locate Oakley, the Oklahoman reported. Authorities urge anyone with any information on the case to contact the Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department's Missing Persons Unit. That number is 317-327-6160, or the Crime Stoppers of Central Indiana at 317-262-8477. Hey, Lisa B., how are you? Okay, it is said that so many people who should never have children do. Yeah. Okay, so that was the end of that. That is just, I don't understand parents. Like how they can just hurt their kid or get rid of their kid. Just doesn't make sense. Okay, Rowan is a wannabe gangster, flashy clothes and car, etc. I mean, if you're gonna tell, I mean, he tells his mama. I wonder if he really did tell his mom though what they did with her, and she's hiding it. I don't know. They're both crazy. They both know what happened to the baby either way. Okay. See you too. Yeah. I believe they have to be younger than a certain age, though. You can drop off um, a baby at a hospital or a fire department, and there's no questions asked. Now, I'm pretty sure you probably could older. I forgot what the age is. Um, I'm sure you probably could older than that age, but you're probably going to get questions like why, all this and that. Hey, HT, how are you? All right. Okay, y'all. So I want to read this article a lot about. Well, most of y'all heard about Talon, right? Is there anybody in here who didn't hear about Talon? Because if everybody's heard about it, I won't worry about reading the article because it's sad. Honestly, people get hooked on drugs and it turns a great person into a total piece of shit. That is true. Um, she could have been, because we we saw the pictures of Oakley's mom before, and then we saw the pictures of her when she got arrested. Complete difference in the two. She could have very well been a very good mama before she got on the drugs, and they just turn her out to what she's become. Okay, so there's a few of y'all that happen or haven't. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and read this. Show the before picture. She is beautiful. Yeah, let me grab it real quick. Let's see here. Let's see. Where is Oakley? All right, one second. I will pull up her picture because I actually have it on one thing here. Why is this not? Here we go. Of her before and then after, and you wouldn't even think it's the same person. Just a complete difference. All right. So there's a picture when she had blonde hair, and I don't know how old she was in the picture with the blonde hair, but if you look at her at the end and then you look at her mugshot, uh, completely different. Okay, hold on one second, y'all. Okay. She's only 22. Where's her mama? Because if I had a daughter that did this, I'd be after her. King Scarlet for sure. But there hasn't been anything said about her mom. I mean, my daughter's 20. If she'd have did this like something like this with her kids, and which she doesn't have kids, but if she did and she did something like this, I would be pissed if she hurt my grandkids or did something with my grandkids. So her mama should be like, where's Oakley? Like her family should be doing that. It shouldn't be her boyfriend's sister that has to say something to her about bruises on a baby's legs. This little girl is no kin to the sister, but she's there defending her, defending this little girl. And Emerald Queen, it don't look like the same person. Completely, like if you didn't know better, you would think that this was two different people. Okay, this goes with the saying, I brought you into this world, I will take you out. For sure. And I mean, luckily, all three of my kids are good kids. They've never been in trouble. They don't do drugs. They all work. Well, my two youngest work. My oldest one, he's not able to. Um, And I don't think my kids would ever do anything like this when they had kids. But other parents aren't that fortunate. And if her parents are not addicts, and they cared about their grandkids, they would be where she's at right now at that jail, asking her, where's Oakley at? Tell us what you did with her. See, I think all druggies look like they all have the same look. I mean, there's a lot of people around here where we live at that have addiction problems. And for the most part, you can tell the difference between those and the people who are not on drugs. But there are some people who are on drugs and you would never know it. All right. But yeah, it's like I said, it's completely like day and night. These two pictures are. She in this other picture where it says in custody, you would have never thought that this girl right here in this picture with the dark hair is this same girl in this picture with the blonde hair. And it's sad, honestly. Anyone heard about the couple from H Town Finest? Yes, I actually have an article about them too. They were the most wanted couple, and they called them. All right, that's the same. Yeah, H Town Finest. I can bring it back up for you if you need me to. Hold on one second. Yeah, that's the same girl though. Like I said, I don't know when the picture was taken of her with the blonde hair, but the one with the picture with the black hair was taken not long ago when she got arrested. Okay, so she changed in her eyes. She's not in there. Tree baby, it's almost like she's have you ever seen those people that when you look at them, they have this lost look? That's what she has in that picture with the dark hair. She just has like you're saying, there's nothing in there. Uh, there's no soul, there's no heart, there's no care, no love, no nothing. It's all been taken over by the drugs. Okay, so picture of blonde hair is from her Facebook account. Okay. Has anyone seen the video of Kensington in Philadelphia that says it all about addiction? No, Michelle, I've never seen that. The eyes, yeah. Actually, her eyes in the picture where she has blonde hair, they kind of look green. Hazel color is kind of hard to tell though. But then in the other picture, they could be the same color, but they almost look like they're darker. So how can we make it in a society when kids not even safe with parents? That's what's sad, H. John Panas. As a parent, whether it's a mother or father, as a parent, you're supposed to protect your kids at all costs. No matter what you have to do to protect them, you're supposed to do it. And you have parents out here who don't do that. You have these babies out here, and even older kids that are suffering because their parents don't care. They're not protecting them. They let uh, bad things happen to them. They let the bad things happen to them just so they can get drugs. It's very sad. I don't understand it. There's only voids in the eyes of that picture. That is true. Like it's just if you could see through her eyes, you would see nothing in there. There's nothing. She lost all of her care, all of her love. She didn't even love her kids. Look what she did to him. She abandoned a 7-month-old little boy at what they're saying is a crack house. Yeah, I mean Oakley's little face in this picture. I was saying that the other night. Like that was the cutest little picture of her. And it's the same thing with Noel. Maybe a different situation than what Oakley is, but in a way the same thing. His mama apparently didn't care enough about him. See, and drugs will age a person. That Teresa, that is true. Because she's only what 22, and that picture with the dark hair. There's no telling how long she'd been awake. She probably hadn't slept in several days. She probably hadn't ate in several days. Um, she's probably did drugs up until she got arrested. Let's see, father has videos posted of Oakley. Oh, that is sad. I did see a picture of him though. I don't know if somebody posted it on Twitter. And I didn't. I remember seeing it. And I was going to screenshot it, and I was like, no, because he was holding the little boy. Um, but so I didn't want to do it because I would have had to like black the baby's face out and all that, or blur his face out. So I didn't screenshot it. Yeah, I think it was on Twitter that I seen it of him holding a little boy. I don't know who took the picture. I forgot who it was that posted it. It was either Twitter or Facebook. It was on one of them. But I was going to show the picture of him with the little boy, and I thought, no, I'm not going to do that because there has been no pictures that I've seen anywhere on social or on like in the articles of the little Colton boy. So I didn't want to put his picture out there. But just those two pictures right there, that's sad of what she once was and then what she went to or turned out, how she turned out. Okay, let me get the thing pulled up here about Talon. And I will warn y'all, this is a very sad story. So, trigger warning for those who hasn't. I know there was a couple of people in here who said that they hadn't heard about what happened. So, trigger warning. So it says missing St. Petersburg boy found dead, father to be arrested on 2 counts of murder. So it says Taylor Mosley, the 2-year-old boy who had been missing since his mother's body was discovered in her apartment Thursday, was found dead on Friday, St. Petersburg Police Chief Anthony Holloway said. Hey, Linda G., how are you? Teresa, you haven't heard of this either? Very, very sad. So Holloway said an officer found the boy in the clutches of an alligator's mouth near Dale Holmes Park in St. Petersburg. The officer fired at the alligator and the animal dropped the boy. Holloway said that Talon's father, Thomas Mosley, 21, will be arrested on 2 charges of first-degree murder in connection with Talon's death and the killing of the boy's mother, Passion Jeffrey, who is only 20. Holloway said that Thomas Mosley stabbed Jeffrey multiple times. Then he went to the hospital Wednesday night with cuts on his arms and hands. He was still at the hospital Friday night, and police planned to arrest him after his discharge, Holloway said. Talon's body was found around Lake, I don't know, is this Magagori? Which is more than 13 miles from the apartment where his mother was killed. The cause of Talon's death was still under investigation Friday, pending an autopsy by the Pinellas Pasco Medical Examiner's Office. At a news conference Friday night, Holloway said that the heartbreaking end comes with strong emotions for officers who worked long hours investigating the case. The investigation had led officers to search around the Dale Holmes Park, 2741 22nd Street South, and in Lake Magagori. The alligator that had the boy's body in its mouth was killed, Holloway said. And I'm going to say this. Oh, Linda G., I'm so sorry, honey. We're going to keep you and your family in our prayers. Um, so, like I said, I was in WFLA's chat yesterday when the police chief came out and gave everybody the news, did the presser on it. Can y'all believe that in that chat, and I don't know how many was in there. There was probably several thousand in there. There was some people in there who were pissed that the alligator was shot. Couldn't understand, no matter how many times people told them the reason for the alligator being shot, they cannot understand why it was shot. Marissa, you saw it then. Like they were pissed about it. Now they wasn't thinking about that this alligator had this little 2-year-old boy in his mouth. It's not like law enforcement could go out there and be like, "Yo, alligator, I need you to open your mouth so I can get this baby out." Like that was the only way that they could get this baby. And there was people upset that the alligator was shot. I don't understand people. So it says it was very tough for these men and women. Holloway said we didn't want to find him this way. Listen, it is beyond said, but people that cover this and give the voiceless a voice on their channel, like the two Scarlet, should be appalled. Shout out to Scarlet and King. Well, thank you, Tad. I appreciate that. Exactly, Riddler. I mean, he had the baby in his mouth. That's the only way they could get the baby. They got this little boy's body, they got it back intact. But people wasn't grateful for that. You know, they were in Humblebee, yeah, it could have been, but at that time, they probably didn't have that. I'm sure that would have to be done by someone. I'm sure police could do it, but I wonder if police even have tranquilizers for the gators. Um, and they were, I think they were against time, I guess you could say. Like they needed to be it needed to be done very quickly in order to get the baby's body back. Let's see. The alligator died a hero, in my opinion. Child may not have been found without seeing it in his mouth before it was destroyed. I mean, yeah, Michelle, you can look at it like that. Um, it's just it's very sad, and to think that the dad is the one who did this. And I'm pretty sure them doing that to the alligator was something. Like I said, it they needed they saw something in his mouth. Is what the police chief said. They saw the alligator. They saw that he had an object in his mouth. They shot the alligator. It dropped the object. When they got to it, it was a little boy. Okay. Give me just a second. I mean, I'm sure they would have had to have called wildlife and fisheries out there with a tranquilizer. By the end, the alligator's underwater, gone, and they probably wouldn't have got the baby back if they would have had to have done that. No, wait, no, they don't live on a canal. Uh, Talon and his mama Passion lived in an apartment 13 miles away from where his body was found. Okay, Dad knew that the lake was infested with alligators and hoped all evidence of his crime would be destroyed. Yeah, and it wouldn't. I see the way Michelle's seeing it. If it was almost like the gator was there at the right time. If you look at it like that. All right, so it says the news comes after a search that lasted more than 24 hours. On Friday afternoon, while the search pressed on, Taylor's family asked for the public's help at a news conference that they held with the chief. The boy had celebrated his second birthday just 19 days prior. His grandmother, Lakita Denson, pleaded through tears. She had already lost her daughter, who she FaceTimed with every morning, and she was desperately wanted to find Talon. The family held up large photos of Talon and his mother, Jeffrey's great aunt, Theo Burkhouse Sales, held her arm around Denson to support her. Talon's family nicknamed him Tay Tay and Glam. He loved peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and hated grits. He loved calling his mother every day when she had breaks from work at her job at CVS. Talon was a beautiful little boy, Brickhouse Sales said. Talon lost his mommy. So there is a little boy and there is his mama. Let's see. All right, so Jeffrey 20 was found dead in her unit at Lincoln Shores apartment 11601 4th Street North about 2:30 p.m. Thursday. St. Petersburg police said that Talon could not be found, prompting authorities to issue an Amber Alert that classified the boy as a kidnapped child. Police on Friday morning publicly named Thomas Mosley as a person of interest in Jeffrey's death, and Thomas uh, is Talon's dad. Linda G, yeah, they found him yesterday. Well, it was, I believe, around 6 o'clock Eastern time in the afternoon whenever they found him. So Thomas Mosley refused to speak with detectives, Holloway said, and efforts by the Tampa Bay Times to reach him by phone Friday were unsuccessful. Holloway said that Talon and his mother were last seen about 5:30 p.m. Wednesday. At about 8:30 that night, a neighbor heard a noise from Jeffrey's apartment, but a St. Petersburg police spokesman said that Thursday that the noise wasn't memorable and that the neighbor did not call police. Between 9 and 9:15 Wednesday night, Thomas Mosley arrived at his mother's home, Holloway said. Police did not state how far that is from Jeffrey's apartment. That day was also Thomas Mosley's 21st birthday. So he literally killed his baby, his 2-year-old little boy, on his 21st birthday. So the family became worried when Denson made her daily FaceTime call Thursday morning and no one picked up. Later that day, a family member called the property manager at the Lincoln Shores apartment to check on Jeffrey and her son. Jeffrey had only lived at the apartment for about a month, her family said. The door was locked, Holloway said, but the apartment staff member who went in and found a very violent crime scene. All right, so that's where they went into the water to get him. Yes, Teresa, it is. All right, so it says the search for the boy included using bloodhounds in the woods around the apartment. Dive teams searched nearby ponds. Officials used drones to check the area from above. St. Petersburg police asked for volunteers to help with the search on Saturday, but that was called off after the terrible discovery later on Friday. Okay. So that was, y'all. I feel so bad for the grandmother. She lost her daughter. And there's the grandmother in the center right there, and then the great aunt, and then the picture of Talon. But I mean, she lost her daughter. The grandbaby's missing, and then he's found deceased. It's just super sad, y'all. I don't understand what's wrong with these adults. All right, let me check. And this is another one I'm gonna pull up, and y'all might have heard of this one too. He has been taken. Michelle, no, he's been taken into custody. His mugshot is all over Twitter right now. So 8:30, 8:45, I think it said the neighbors heard a noise in her apartment, and then 9:30, he's at his mama's house with wounds to his hands and arms. So apparently, she must have followed him back. He had wounds, and they must have been bad enough that he actually went to the hospital and checked himself in. That's the reason why he was in the hospital. It's for the wounds to his hands and his arms. All right. This is another one that pisses me off. Give me 1 second. Like I said, some of y'all might have heard of this one already. Florida grandmother just forgot granddaughter in a hot car months after the grandson drowned in her care. I don't know how people just forget a child in the back seat of a car. Stonegater, I don't know. I don't know how they just forget a baby in the car. I remember several years ago when all of these kids were being left in hot cars and they were dying, and police were coming out saying, um, take one shoe off and throw it in the back seat with the so that way before you get to whenever you get to where you're going and before you get out, you got to reach back there to get your shoe, so you'll notice the kid in the car. I just, how the hell do you forget a baby in the back seat? Let's see, if I was that forgetful once, I would not. I don't. I forget shit all the time, but I would have never forgotten one of my kids in the back seat of a car. And this woman here, y'all just have to listen to the story. So it says Tracy Nick, 65, was charged with aggravated manslaughter for allegedly leaving 6-month-old Uriel Shock in a hot SUV with the windows rolled up. There's the picture of the baby. So a Florida grandmother faces charges in the hot car death of her granddaughter last fall, which happened less than a year after her grandson also died in her care. Two of her grandkids died while in her care. Her daughter's two kids. Now, Millimeter, I had 3 babies. Never once did I ever forget any of my kids in the car. I just forgetting is just a bullshit excuse. So Tracy Nix, 65, was charged with aggravated manslaughter for allegedly leaving 7-month-old Uriel Shock in a hot SUV with the windows rolled up while she practiced piano inside of her home in November of 2022, according to a Hardy County Sheriff's Office complaint affidavit obtained by WFTS. She went in her house and practiced piano and left the baby outside. Tree baby, I mean, I see H-Town Fine is saying he had 5 babies. Others are saying 3 and 4. I don't understand it. Tad, that's what I said. Like, the first baby dies while in her care, and then the mother's going to let her take care of her other child. See, well, I didn't have babies. The H-Town Finest, we get what you're saying, though. Okay, so it says people has contacted Hardy County Sheriff's Office to obtain the affidavit. Nix allegedly told investigators that she just forgot about the baby. She just forgot. Like, it ain't no big deal. She just forgot. Like, she forgot her phone at home, or forgot to grab her credit card or her purse or something. She just forgot. So she just forgot about the baby, according to the affidavit. It wasn't until one of her other grandsons arrived at the home that it occurred to her that Uriel had been in the car all afternoon after returning home from lunch with friends, the affidavit alleges. So she had to see another grandchild of hers before she realized that her other grandchild is sitting in a hot ass car. And this is in Florida. So we all know how hot it gets in Florida. Outside temperatures reached 90 degrees that day. No telling how hot it was in the car. Okay, I may have wanted to forget them when they were teens, but damn, I don't leave them in the hot car. So the grandmother's husband found the baby in the back seat of the SUV and attempted CPR, but the child wasn't able to be revived, according to the outlet. William Fletcher, the attorney representing Nix, gave WFTS the following statement. I know a lot of attorneys are good for some things. People need attorneys when they get arrested or for other issues that they have. But honestly, I couldn't be an attorney and represent someone who just forgot a baby in the backseat of a car. Okay, so the following statement from her attorney was, because somebody dies doesn't necessarily mean that someone has to pay. So this woman just forgot her grandbaby in the backseat of a car and the baby dies, but she shouldn't have to pay. This obviously was an accident, and the question was, is it culpable negligence? It's unclear if she's entered a plea to the charge. To think of the last moments of her life as a mother is gut-wrenching. Ariel's mother, Kayla Shock, said per WFTS, she said that she had asked her mother to babysit while she went to get her hair done. So the mama has to go get her hair done. So she asked the grandmother to watch her child, who has also let one of your other kids die. The grandmother takes the little girl to lunch with friends and then lets this baby die. So this isn't the first time that the family has faced tragedy. In 2021, just days before Christmas, Oriel's 16-month-old brother Ezra also died while he was in Nix's care. The toddler reportedly drowned in a nearby lake while Nix, a former school principal in Hardee County, was asleep. How do you go to sleep when you have a toddler in the house? There wasn't a moment to get a grip on the death of my son before there was life of my daughter, who was 6 months pregnant at the time of her son's death. Yeah, she was a principal. So Nix was never charged in the connection with the death of Ezra, citing the state's attorney's office. WFTS reports that there was insufficient evidence to establish culpable negligence in the 2021 incident. She was asleep with a 16-month-old child in her house. How did that baby get out of the house? Apparently, a door had to be left open or unlocked. So a GoFundMe was created shortly after Oriel's death to help the couple cover funeral and therapy costs. It has since been raised to more than $22,000. Okay. I'm sorry, but if you leave, no, actually, I'm not sorry about what I'm about to say. If you have a child in your car and you leave that child in your car when you get out, whether you run in the house or you go in the house, you go into a business, wherever you go, but you leave that child in the car and that child dies, you should be charged with murder. A person just doesn't forget. Sifa, how are you? A person doesn't just forget a child in the back of the car. I don't see how that's even possible. Exactly, King Scarlet. Sifa, I'm doing good, thank you. I mean, if that child is in your care and you do something to where you get out of the car and you don't get the baby out, you should go to jail. And if the baby dies, and you should be charged with murder. Okay, let me grab this other article. Let's see, discrimin. Marissa, I don't know. They didn't say that she did. Let's see. For older people, it definitely can happen that they forget. Okay, that is true. Older people do have memory problems, but then it comes down to the responsibility of the child's parents. If they know that the older person is having memory problems, they shouldn't leave their kid with them, especially one who is in a car seat, buckled in. So it's not like they can get up and get into a window and get someone's attention to try to get them out. And this mother, was she 60 or 62? I think she was 62. And this mother, 65, okay, had already left her 16-month-old with her mom. The grandmother goes to sleep and lets a 16-month-old little kid get out of the house and drowns. I'm sorry, I wouldn't have left my child, another child, with my mother if that would have happened to begin with. Because that should show the mom, this little girl and this little boy's mom, it should show them that the grandmother is not that responsible. See, so why have kids if you don't plan on taking care of them? There's a lot of people that don't take care of their kids. They will literally throw them off on someone else to take care of. Hey, Betty Joe, how are you? I am 55 years old. I watch my 3-year-old granddaughter. I have cataracts and I still know where my grandbaby is at all times. So, no, you don't leave a child unattended. Exactly, Betty Joe. Let's see, mom wanted her hair done that bad that she would take. I, and Michelle, the grandmother, took the baby out to lunch with friends. The mother would have just been better off taking the little girl with her to get her hair done. I mean, you could have taken you could have taken her into the hair salon or wherever this is she got her hair done. I'm sure somebody there while you're sitting in the chair getting your hair done would have watched the baby for you. Hey, Big Al, how are you feeling? You should need a license and insurance to have children, and you should be responsible for their actions until the age of 18, period. Let your kid be a thug piece of shit, pay the price. Well, if an adult leaves a baby in a car that's hot and the baby dies, that adult should be charged with murder. I mean, I want to feel bad for the mom. She's lost 2 kids, and in a way, I do feel bad for her because she has lost 2 of her kids. I don't know if she has any other kids other than those 2. But when you leave one kid with someone and that person lets your baby die, you don't go and leave your other kid with them. Troll, thank you for that super chat. And there's absolutely no excuse for this. Exactly. Me and Troll had 3 kids. Never once did we ever lose any of our kids. And my 2 oldest are 11 and a half months apart. And then my middle and my youngest one are exactly 2 years apart. Never once did we ever lose our kids, whether it be in a store, leaving out of the house and we don't know where they're at. Never. And we never forgot them in the backseat of a car. And this woman gonna come out and just say, I just forgot. Bunch of bullshit. That's what it is. She should be charged with murder. So no way saying my first 2 were 11 months apart too. So no way, when you have babies, 2 babies that are that close together, how hectic it can be. And I bet you never lost your kids either. This grandmother should be charged with murder for that little girl dying in her car. I have 17 months and 11 months. Oh, never let. Well, I'm saying. I just don't understand it. I hear moms make jokes about duct tape all the time. My mom, well, she wasn't joking. I mean, yeah, there's some kids that, or some parents that joke about stuff like that, but just brushing it off saying you just forgot. If I would have been a cop and I would have asked that woman, why did you leave that little girl in the car? And she just told me she just forgot, I would have lost my job. Me and her would have been sharing a jail cell together because I'd have probably punched her. 2 kids dead with the same person and no. First time they claimed she was asleep, and this is days before Christmas. So I know it doesn't get too cold in Florida during the wintertime, but there are some times that it gets kind of cold. Not like it does, up north, but this baby, like, how did he get out of the house? Because I lost my job too. Don't leave the babies unattended. Yeah, I would have for sure lost the job. A taser wouldn't have been good enough. I would have had to have punched her if she would have given me that answer. Literally, just forgot. Like, it's not a big deal. And the daughter, like I said, I do feel bad for her. She has now lost 2 kids. 16-month-old and this little girl here. At the hands of her mother. But in a way, you kind of have to hold the mama responsible too, because she let the little girl go stay with the mother after the mother let her first child die. So you kind of have to hold the mama responsible to a certain degree. All right, let me grab this other thing here, because somebody was asking me about the most wanted fugitive couple that was arrested in Mexico. White little baby. Let's see. I watch and take care of my dogs better than now. Yeah. Let's see. Get your children out first. Always their most important thing. Yeah. Or if you got to unload something out of the car, leave your damn doors open. Don't shut them. Especially if it's a baby that's small enough that you have to carry into the house, but don't want to leave it in the house. Like, pack the kid in one arm and what you got to get out of your car in the other. Okay, 5 children found. Yes, Fred. There was the 5 kids were. I guess they were considered missing, and they found they found them. So, Big Al, are you feeling better? Okay, I thought earlier I would never. Let's see, I thought earlier I would never left another child with her. I wouldn't have, Jan. Whether it was an accident or not, she would have never kept no more of my kids. It's fucking ridiculous. Okay, let me get this pulled up here. All right, so it says most wanted fugitive couple arrested in Mexico, 5 missing children recovered. When did this come out? So this came out on August the 1st. Let's see, JDR, how are you? Let's see, I wouldn't leave myself with her, let alone a child. Exactly. No child, myself, no animal, nothing. Is he doing a bit better? Had to get shocked to kickstart the old ticker back to normal rhythm, but now things okay. Well, that's good. I was wondering if I was actually gonna write you today and check on you, and I didn't have a chance to. Okay, with the first, her doctor said her pregnancy was at risk, and they didn't think that she should see the autopsy. It sounds like she was told it was just a freak accident. I just, I don't understand. Like, how would you? How do you trust someone to watch another one of your kids that's already let one of your kids pass away? Like, how do you trust that person? All right, so let me get to this real quick. Freak accident is putting too much pepper in your dinner. Yeah, well, Big Al, this woman here that we were just talking about, she was babysitting her 16-month-old grandson. She falls asleep. The 16-month-old grandson gets out of the house, and they're in Florida, so you know how much water is down there. And he drowns. The mama of the little boy at the time is 6 months pregnant. She has her little girl. She asks her mom, "Can you watch my daughter while I go get my hair done?" Grandma says, "Yeah." Goes out to lunch with friends, takes the little girl with her. When she gets home, she just forgot the little girl in the back seat of the car. And the little girl's like 90 degrees outside. Hotter than that inside of a car with no windows open. And the baby died. Literally, the mother's 2 kids died at her mother's hands. I would have hurt my mama. Seriously. And didn't even, went in her house, practiced piano, did not even think about this baby sitting in this hot ass car until another one of her grandkids come in her house. It took seeing another grandchild to realize that one grandchild was sitting in a hot car. JDR, it's either that or she just don't care. She doesn't like she don't pay attention to these kids. And I mean, like I said, it to a point I do feel sorry for the mom because she has lost 2 of her babies. So I do feel sorry for her. But then again, I don't feel sorry for her. Because she should have never let the mama keep the second baby. Okay, so this says, like I said, it came out on August the 1st. But it says that 2 fugitives from Washington state have been arrested in Mexico. All right, I just needed to check something out real quick. So it says, according to the U.S. Marshal Service, 34-year-old Edgar Salvador Cassian Garcia and his girlfriend, 38-year-old Araceli Medina, were taken into custody last week. They had been on the agency's top 15 most wanted fugitives list. Let's see. So here's the thing with technology advances, there's no excuse that car makers can give to these types of things can't be prevented with sensors. True. There should be something like if and I don't know how they would do it, but if there's some type of movement in the car or something like that, like roll a window down or something. Hold on one second, y'all. Okay. So let's see. Too much weight in the seat. Horn goes off. Something. But if you think about it, back, and I don't know how old a lot of people are in here. I'm 42, so I'll use my age. I was born in 1980. In 1980, there was not all this technology that these cars have now. But how many times did you hear parents were getting their kids in a car back during that time? See, I used to install weight sensors in semi trucks to show the dispatchers if there was a passenger in the truck. I, it, they could do it in these cars. Let's see, I have a damn sensor that tells me to buckle person. Oh, 9 millimeter. Yeah, I mean, my truck goes off if literally if you don't buckle a seatbelt. Once you put it in drive and you go just a few feet, it goes off and won't shut up until you buckle your belt. So there has to be something that they can do to these cars. Hoping for answer. Thank you so much for that super sticker. That was very nice of you. So never like ever, and I wasn't even born yet. That's what I'm saying. I was born in 1980, so during that time there wasn't all this stuff on these cars. I don't even in 1980 for all the people who are older than me. Did they even have cassette players in cars during that time? Riddler, you have a good night. I mean, and you never heard about someone forgetting a child in a hot car. See, do people not use playpens? Get your child safe. See, no, wait, that's like with the mama. They have these things called pack and plays. She could have taken it's like a small little playpen. I'm sure she could have set it up at the beauty salon, put her child in it, and her child would still be here. Okay, 1980, yes, cassettes were okay. Well, I didn't know. See, 8 track, 8 track, and no seatbelts. I don't like. How did people not forget their kids in the cars back then? But now all of a sudden they do. It don't make no damn sense. All right, let me get back to this article. So it says a couple is charged with aggravated murder, 4 counts of child R and child assault. So the criminal charges come after two of Cassian Garcia's daughters, ages 3 and 8 years old, were found abandoned in Tijuana in late 2020. Autopsies believe that the couple authorities believe that the couple was trafficking the girls as and I'm trying to like make sure I don't say some of these words that I'm not supposed to say, so y'all just have to bear with me. All right, so they think that they were trafficking the girls. Both showed signs of severe physical and SA. So, the body of the girl's 7-year-old brother, who authorities say was likely tortured to death, was found in rural Washington in early 2022. 5 children were with the couple when they were arrested. All of them have been listed as missing and endangered, and they had been returned to the U.S. and placed in protective custody. The couple remains in Mexico pending extradition to the U.S. The U.S. Marshals believe that they fled to the country after learning that they would face charges, and it is unclear if the couple had retained an attorney. So, 7-year-old son, they think, was tortured to death. A 3-year-old and an 8-year-old little girl, they were trafficking them. And they showed severe physical abuse in SA. That's what I'm saying with parents, y'all. I don't understand it. Like I said earlier when we were talking about Noel and Oakley, as a parent, you protect your kids at all costs. You don't torture them to death. You don't traffic them. You don't hurt them in any type of way. What the fuck is wrong with parents these days? Seriously. My sister. It was Humblebee. It was the man's kids. Yeah. Now I don't know about the other 5 that was missing, but the 2 daughters, ages 3 and 8 years old, were the Eggert guy's kids. They were found in 2020. They were abandoned in Tijuana, and they found them. Sadly, there are hundreds of children crossing our southern border every single day without parent. Yeah, that is true. They found a 4-year-old little boy the other day. They crossed the border by himself. He was by himself with no shoes on. Just let him walk straight into our country. And what I mean, if the parents brought him to the border and let him cross, where the hell did they think was going to happen to him once he got across over to here? People like these 2 right here, they're going back to Washington State. They need to be put, and I've seen somebody else put this in the chat, they need to be put in front of a firing squad. Hoping for answers. How are you? Let's see what the fuck is wrong with these kids. I don't know, Michelle. There are some very sick individuals in this world, y'all. See what will happen to the child. No way. I don't know what they'll do with him. I don't know if they can send him back to Mexico if they don't know who his parents are. So I don't know. I don't know if they would put him in foster care or what. I don't know what they would do in that situation. It's a sad situation, though. See, I would tell you what would be best for them before the firing squad, but YouTube would not like it, so fingers are stopping now. Yeah, see, 9mm. That's why I was having to watch what I was saying because of the words in the article. Leaving videos online of adults grooming children and the masses about adults being minor attracted instead of good old pedo. Yeah. Yes, that is true. It's just people are just disgusting. And instead of them put somewhere for the rest of their life whenever they do something like this, whether it's to a child, and I'm talking about SA, so whether it's to a child or whether it's done to an adult, if you do something like this to someone, you need to be put away for life. So you can't do something like that again to anybody. Okay. No way. But see, no way, I can't say that on here. I can say they need to go in front of the firing squad. I can say that. Yeah, I spent a lot of time reading over the last 2 weeks, very scared of the direction society is going. It's a scary world, y'all, honestly. 9 millimeter, I'm sorry to hear that. So it's just, I don't know. I don't understand it. It's parents hurting their kids, trafficking their kids, killing their kids go missing and won't tell people where they're at. I don't understand it. I couldn't imagine life without my kids. And then you have people out here who have missing kids and they don't even care. Just don't get it. People they go and they have kids knowing that they're a huge responsibility, but they don't care about this responsibility. All right, let me get to this next one because I do have. All right, so I'm gonna go over this Lori Vallow article real quick because Lori's jury selection starts Monday. So cameras are not allowed in the courtroom. Uh, so basically, we're all just going to have to rely upon the media that's there to give us a story of what's going on in the courtroom. So I'm going to be covering it the whole 12 weeks that it's going on. Let's see, I always wanted kids, never was blessed with any. It enrages me to see what some of these people, and see, that's what there's, Big Al, I even said that earlier. There's people out here who want kids, but they can't have kids. Then you have people out here who have kids, but don't want them. Don't give a shit about what happens to them. They don't take care of them. They don't care if they get hurt or they go missing, anything like that. So if you have a kid and you don't want it, why not put it up for adoption? Let someone else adopt that child that wants kids. Did you see the email I sent to Scarlett on day? See you too. Hold on, let me check my email to see if I got it. Hold on. Okay, see you too. When did you send it to me? And Billy, I did get yours, but I don't see yours on here. See you too. Okay, the problem is the criminals have more rights nowadays than the victims do, or just the system is it's fucked up. It is. Let's see. It was the Idaho News Channel. It was a while ago. Okay, I don't see it on here. You might have to send it to me again if you still have it because I'm gonna end up having to do a new email. Because a lot of people will send stuff to me and I don't get it. All right. Okay, so let me get Lori's or this thing about Lori's trial pulled up here. Like I said, I'm gonna cover it. I've been keeping up with it since it first broke in 2019. But like I said, we're just gonna have to rely on the media that's there because they're not allowing cameras in the courtroom. So oh shit. Let's see, you need to create a filter in Gmail and have everyone use the same subject line when emailing. That way you lose nothing. Well, see, it don't even go to my spam. A lot of times people will send something to me and I just don't get it at all. And then they have to end up resending it to me. And it's always done that with that email. Let's see, I chose to not have children, but I've been in bad homes and found myself being much more watchful and caring than the actual parents. Is my It's sad, the Crystal. Okay, so it says mom's trial set to start in Doomsday murder case in Idaho. And I think tomorrow night, Sunday night, uh, I'm going to go a little bit more in depth about Lori Vallow's case. I don't know if is there anybody in here who does not know about Lori Vallow's case or Lori Vallow Daybell, whatever it is she's going by these days. Okay, I am throwing an Easter egg hunt and lunch for the kids in the community this next Saturday, Easter bunny and all. Oh, that sounds cool, Big Al. That would be a lot of fun. Okay. Give me a second. Let me read this message. Okay. All right. So, Noah, you've been following it? Yeah. It doesn't seem like this started out in 2019. The Krista. All right. All right. So it says, it has been more than 3 years since police announced that the two kids were missing from rural eastern Idaho town. And in each twist in the grim investigation has seemed stranger than the last. That is the truth. This is one of those, I don't remember, a lot of y'all might not have been in here when this was brought up several months ago. This is a case with a lot of people involved in it, um, that you need a big, huge board where you can put all their pictures up on it, and then you need a huge piece of yarn or like a huge yarn ball of yarn and try to connect all of them together. See, I still think that she killed. No way. Are you talking about Tylee's bio dad? Because I think she has something to do with that too. Yes, it is. It's extremely complicated, and and we were even joking. It would take a huge ball of yarn. We need it for every case. That is true. Because they're this one though, it's got a lot of people involved in it, and how they're connected. It's crazy. Seriously. All right. So it says their mother claimed to be the the deity her estranged husband wrote in divorce papers. Now they're talking about the estranged husband was Charles Vallow. She called the children zombies before they vanished, a friend told police. A handful of followers seemed to buy into her doomsday claim, Arizona investigators reported. Sticky notes, pen, yarns, magnifying. I need all that white widow baby because it's a lot. So these are just some of the details that could be aired in court starting next week when Lori Vallow Daybell stands trial on murder, conspiracy, and grand theft charges in the deaths of 7-year-old Joshua J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan, who was last seen a few days before her 17th birthday. Her husband, Chad Daybell, faces the same charges, and they're both also charged in the October 2019 death of Daybell's late wife. Okay, White Widow baby, I'll be right on over there after this live. All right, so it says, here's a look at what we know and what is next in the bizarre case. And if y'all haven't heard of this case or know, maybe you've heard of it, just don't know like all the details, it can get very confusing. The grand theft charge is because JJ was getting SSI and Tylee was getting off of her bio dad, who also died. She was getting money off of him monthly, I believe off of his Social Security as well. And they didn't, when Tylee, and I think it mostly stems from Tylee, so her Social Security, that whenever she died, they didn't turn it in. Lori just kept collecting that money. All right. So how did the case begin? Hold on, y'all. I keep getting messages. Hold on just a second, y'all. I need to mute for a minute. Okay. All right. So how did the case begin? So JJ's grandparents, Larry and Kay Woodcock of Louisiana, were increasingly worried about the kids in 2019. For the first half of the year, Lori Vallow Daybell was still married to JJ's father, Charles Vallow, but the two were estranged and he had filed for divorce. This is kind of right before Charles's death is when everything kind of starts happening in the case. So in the divorce documents, Vallow claimed that his wife believed that she was a godlike figure sent to usher in the apocalypse and carry out the work of 144,000 believers. Their marriage ended suddenly in July when Lori's brother Alex Cox shot and killed her husband. It was not outside of the house, it was inside the house. Inside the family's suburban Phoenix home, police initially determined the shooting was in self-defense and Cox was never charged. Vallow Daybell, the kids, and Cox moved to eastern Idaho, and JJ's grandparents struggled to reach him by phone. The Woodcock said Vallow Daybell wouldn't tell them why the child was always unavailable, and they grew suspicious and called police. Let's see. She had hooked up with Daybell. Yeah, that was the whole reason why she moved up to Idaho. No way said that's a loaded question. How it began? In order to fully know the full story, yeah, you would have to go like wait, probably several months before Charles Vallow was dead or was killed. So you're not telling how many deaths they are involved with that we don't know about. I'm sure Alex killed others as well. I mean, he was the family hitman. That's what they called him. Yeah, because no way. Since you followed this case, you know that like she left, and Charles didn't even know where she went. So there's no telling what she was doing at that time. Okay, so when did the case become a murder investigation? So Rexburg police performed a welfare check in November of 2019 and said that Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell, an Idaho man who had known Lori for months, lied about the children's whereabouts. When police returned the next day, the couple had left town. This is during the time that she said that JJ was with Melanie Gibb. They called Melanie and told Melanie, if the cops call you, tell them that JJ's with you. The cops called Melanie, and Melanie lied to him and said that JJ was with her. Then she turned around after that and admitted that she lied. And the weird thing about it is that the weekend that JJ died, her and her boyfriend were at Lori's apartment. And they'd seen Alex walk in when JJ more than likely was dead. Melanie said he looked like he was asleep. He was probably already deceased when Alex walked in with him. Because right after that is when he went missing. All right, so it says when police returned the next day, the couple had left town. Police determined that Tylee Ryan was last seen in September, headed into Yellowstone National Park with her mom and other family for a day trip. And JJ was last seen by school officials several days later. She was actually seen with Tylee was seen with JJ, Alex, and her mom. They went to Yellowstone, left from there, stopped at some barbecue place, got some food, went home, and then that night, Alex came and got her and took her to his apartment and murdered her. And I think Melanie Gibbs, I think she knows everything. When she did the interview with Nate Eaton of East Idaho News, and they came out with that interview, I told Troll, I was like, there is something up with that woman. She's lying. You can just, in her interview, you could tell that she was lying. And it's like she knew more than what she was saying. Let's see. Sad to think about, but I bet Kaylee knew all about this case, being that it's in Idaho, and her true she probably did, Tad. She probably knew about JJ and Tylee. She probably knew about Lil Monkey in his case. Okay, have you heard the recorded phone call with a random lady? I heard a phone call, and this was when Chad had to go to court. And this is when they were entering the evidence and all that at the in court, and they had Melanie on the stand. And there was a phone call between Chad and Lori and Melanie. And it was like super weird. Joel, why are you snitching on me? I have to talk a lot on here, so I deserve a coat. Hey, Truth Finder, how are you? See, everyone close to them seemed to be lying. Yeah, Melanie. Well, her last name's is it Pulowski? Her niece, Melanie. Yeah, she's. I think she knew a lot more than what she told as well. See, y'all just Charlie, you be snitching. A member of local police had listened to Kaylee, that missing woman. Yep, that is true, Tad. She thought she saw that lady in Walmart. And called, made a report about it. Wait, no way. The call was with Zulema. I think she murdered Alex, and I think that Lori told her to murder Alex. Oh, it was no. I must not have heard that one then. I don't guess. I did, unless it was during Chad's trial. I forgot what he was. It was during the time that they were entering all the evidence. Uh, 2021, I believe, is when that was going on. Like August of 2021, and Melanie Gibb was there. She had to testify, and that's when she admitted that she had lied. And Rob Wood was like, "Well, like, has anybody offered you anything, and all this and that." I do think Zulema, though, because she was in all that different type of herbal medicine, whatever. I think she gave Alex something, because it's weird how he died the day after they exhumed Tammy Daybell's body. Like, they allowed the 17-year-old daughter. Oh, H Town. Okay. So this is how it was. Um, the little boy JJ, he was autistic, but Tylee, uh, she was almost 17. She like what, like a few weeks, I think it said, before she would be 17. But she loved JJ. She took care of JJ. Well, Lori needed to get rid of JJ. And the way I see it, I think she was wanting to get rid of him to get back at his biological grandmother. But the only way she could do that is she had to get rid of Tylee first. Because if they would have tried to have gotten rid of JJ, Tylee would have fought them. And she would have told. So if they got rid of Tylee first, which they did, then they could have just told JJ, because he wouldn't have known any different, that she's off at college, just like they told everybody else. So um, they got rid of Tylee, and there's a picture on the internet. I don't really like looking at it, because it's the last picture of Tylee, and it was taken of Tylee holding JJ. It was taken by Lori, and Alex was standing behind him, smiling. In the picture, to know that it's the last picture of Tylee, and she died that night, it's very sad. Especially when you see Alex standing behind him smiling, because later on we find out that he's the one who did it. Oh, wait, I just saw my name a second ago. Hold on. Let me go back and find it. Oh, Baby Boo. Scarlett, I got your back. Ain't giving up Diet Coke for nobody. I should be drinking Diet Coke, but this is regular Coke, so. All right. Let me get back over to this. Okay, so they did the welfare check in November 2019. Lori said, uh, okay, so Lori, Vallow, Daybell, Chad Daybell, an Idaho man who had known Lori for months, lied about the children's whereabouts. When police returned the next day, the couple had left town. This is when they left and went to Hawaii. Hold on just a second. Okay. All right. So police determined that Tylee Ryan was last seen September, headed in Yellowstone National Park with her mom and other family for a day trip. JJ was last seen by school officials several days later. The search spanned several states and continued until June of 2020, when the children's bodies were found buried in the yard of Daybell's eastern Idaho home. Amy, how are you? And what's sad about that is that Tylee and JJ were murdered first, buried in Chad's backyard. And Tammy, this was before Tammy was murdered, and she never knew that those kids were back there. All right. So detectives meanwhile learned that his previous wife, Tammy Daybell, had unexpectedly died in October 2019 of what was initially reported as natural causes, and the family had declined an autopsy. Chad and Lori married 2 weeks after Tammy's death. Authorities exhumed Tammy Daybell's body and expanded their investigation. So when they exhumed her body, literally the next day, Alex died. All right. So what do prosecutors say happened? So prosecutors say that Daybell's strange doomsday focused beliefs to further the alleged plan to kill the kids and Tammy Daybell, then collect life insurance money and the kids' social security and survivor benefits. So that's what Tylee's was the survivor benefits of from her bio dad. Several family members and friends described to detectives a group led by Lori and Chad that met to pray, believing that they could drive out the evil spirits and seek revelations from beyond the spiritual veil. So the stuff that they believed was very weird. The stuff that they taught was very weird. Through the beliefs, Vallow Daybell's friends described to detectives were loosely based on theology from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. They veered into the extreme. In police reports, one friend said that Vallow Daybell told her that she could teleport between Arizona and Hawaii, and that Daybell said that he had a portal in his home where he could receive revelations and travel to other realms. Like, she literally thought she could teleport, y'all. Vallow Daybell's close friend Melanie Gibb told investigators that the couple used a scoring system to determine whether people were good or evil, and that they believed that people become zombies when they were possessed by evil spirits. Lori called Tylee and JJ zombies. She said this in front of Tylee at one time, and Tylee was like, "Don't call me a zombie." And she would say, like I said, JJ had autism. He was hyper. And when he would act out, as some kids like that do, she would say he was a zombie. Okay, I'd love to be teleported from Arizona to Hawaii. It would be nice, wouldn't it, Stone Gator? Didn't Melanie go into hiding? I don't know if she did or not, Truthfinder. She could have. But probably to stay away from the media and all that. So it's possible. All right, so this group would spend time praying to get rid of the zombies and believed that if they were successful, the possessed person would physically die, freeing their trapped souls from limbo. Vallow Daybell called JJ and Tylee zombies several times before they died, Gibb told investigators. So what does the defense attorney say? So Vallow Daybell is being represented by Eastern Idaho-based attorneys John Thomas and James Archibald. She has pled not guilty in the case, and her attorneys have submitted formal notice that they intend to offer an alibi. Yeah, Stone Gator, it's Melanie Gibb is her name. In the court documents, Vallow Daybell's attorney said that she was in her own apartment in Rexburg, Idaho, when the children died at a nearby apartment where her brother lived. The attorney said that she was with a couple of friends and or Chad Daybell. Now, Melanie Gibb did testify that the night that JJ went missing, the night that he died, she said it was her boyfriend, Lori. I don't remember if she said Chad was at Lori's apartment that night or not. Tylee obviously wasn't there, but they told her that Tylee was living at the college. She said that Alex come in with JJ, and Alex was carrying him, and that JJ had his head on Alex's shoulder like he was asleep. The next morning when she got ready to leave, her and her boyfriend, she asked if she could say bye to JJ, and Lori didn't let her. That's because Alex had done taken him and did what he did with him. But that's her alibi, that she was in the apartment. Well, she let Alex take the two kids out of her apartment, take them to his apartment, murdered them, and then did what he did with them. And they ended up on Chad Daybell's property. So her attorneys also wrote that Vallow Daybell was in Hawaii with other friends when Daybell's previous wife died the next month. Daybell's attorneys haven't offered details about his planned defense other than saying in court that Daybell and Vallow Daybell have mutually antagonistic defenses, a legal term that generally means a jury would have to disbelieve one defendant in order to believe the other. All right, so it says what will happen during the trial. Vallow Daybell's trial is expected to last up to 12 weeks. Jury selection begins Monday. The judge has banned cameras from the courtroom, and the trial was moved to Boise to increase the likelihood of finding jurors that aren't deeply familiar with the case. Her husband will be tried later. Prosecutors announced that they will seek the death penalty against both defendants, but just 2 weeks before the trial was to begin, 7th District Judge Stephen Boyce granted a request from Vallow Daybell's defense attorneys to take the death penalty off the table. The judge said the decision was made because of the volume of evidence that was turned over to the defense team. Vallow Daybell has not waived her right to a speedy trial, so it could not be delayed. Daybell still faces the death penalty in the case. So Chad still has the death penalty on him. Lori does not anymore. Okay, so any other charges? So Vallow Daybell has been indicted in Metro Phoenix on a charge of conspiring to murder Charles Vallow. The indictment says that she conspired with her brother Alex Cox in Vallow's death. DP needs to be back on the table. Yes, it does. But because of what the prosecutors did and didn't turn over the stuff until, what was that, March the 13th, I believe it was. And her attorney was like, this isn't going to give us much time because of it being a death penalty case. We don't have enough time to put our case together to defend her properly in a death penalty case. Therefore, you should punish the prosecution by taking the death penalty off the table. And that's exactly what he did. All right, so it says Cox was never arrested in the case. He died 5 months after Vallow was killed from what medical examiner said was a pulmonary blood clot. Idaho likely won't agree to extradite Vallow Daybell to face the Arizona charges until the case against her in Idaho is completed. She has yet to enter a plea in the Arizona case. Baby Boob, I don't know if she's gonna. She might flip on Chad, but I could see him flipping on her before her flipping on him. She seems. If it came down to it, she seems like I would say Chad seems like he would snitch first, or he would flip first. And see, Lori was wanting. She was wanting their trials done together. Chad wasn't. He wanted the cases or the trials to be severed. And at first, they were going to do it together because they said that it would be cheaper, that there was no point in having two trials with the same evidence and the same witnesses. It would cost the state too much money. And then something came up with some DNA, and the judge had to sever the cases. Let's see, how and when will we get audio from trial? Stonegator, I'm hoping every afternoon is what I'm hoping. They will take breaks during the day. They'll break for lunch. So I'm hoping that some of these media outlets are going to be there and on these breaks. they'll go live and let us know what has been said or done or whatever during that period of time. Now, I don't know how long it's going to take for jury selection, but they're saying that the trial should last about 12 weeks. Yeah, I mean, I want to hear the whole trial too, but and I think Nate Eaton is supposed to be there. If he is, that's probably who I will try to get all my information from. Isn't Chad's kids? I believe so. See you too. Next question is, when is opening arguments? I don't know, because there's no telling how long it's going to take to do jury selection. I know on March the 27th, there was, I guess it was called a questionnaire thing, like a questionnaire packet um, that the defense gave to all the people that was called in for jury duty. And I can't remember if the prosecution was able to see it, but I know Lori and her attorneys were. And then I think they had like so long to answer everything that's in it, and then the jury selection actually starts day after. Well, tomorrow now, on the 3rd. Okay, Chad got murdering his wife and conspiring the kids. I think he got. I think he got first-degree murder charges for the kids too, didn't he? Let me look it up and see what his charges are. There was so many charges that I want to say at one point when I counted all the first-degree murder charges, between the two of them, it was uh, the two kids and then Tammy for both of them. So that would have been 6 charges, and then like whatever they had for Charles. Okay, let's see. Or Chad Daybells. There's several charges, so let me see if I can find them. Okay, give me a second because I need to go to Google for this. CMO, what am I gonna do? Well, see you too. I'll have to wait until the media comes out with what went on in the courtroom because it's not they're not allowing cameras in there. Okay, attempted on Brandon. Let's see, is that? Oh yeah, I forgot about that too. But that was Alex that did that. That was Alex that shot at Brandon. Thank God it missed him. I just got that notification on my phone too. California gave Giselle and Jackie West $1,000 a month per adopted child. Well, Scott, have a wonderful night. See, they thought Melanie. They thought yes, Melanie, Lori's niece. They think that she was with Alex whenever he shot at Brandon. Okay. So Chad Daybell's separate charges: first-degree murder and the death of Tammy Daybell, insurance fraud for a life insurance policy that he had on Tammy, for which he was the beneficiary and received the funds after her death. But he's got more charges than that. All right, so both she and Chad have pled not guilty to murder, conspiracy, and grand theft charges in connection with the deaths. That still don't tell me what his actual charges. Her niece reminds me of Lori. Melanie does. Okay, so Chad is accused of murdering Tammy and is also charged with the murder in the deaths of 7-year-old JJ and 16-year-old Tylee Ryan. So he's got three. Hey, Macy, how are you? He's got three murder charges on him. Okay. Let me see. Let me see what Lori has on her, like what all her charges are. Okay. All right, so judge rules Lori Vallow Daybell charged with conspiracy and murder in the deaths of her two children. Okay, so that's where she would not. I don't think she's charged in Tammy's death. That may just be a conspiracy charged. Let's see. I need to find. Hold on. How long is the sentence for insurance fraud? I don't know. I think either way, they're going to get both of them's going to get life in prison. Let's see. Okay. All right. So, what are Daybell and Vallow Daybell's jointly charged with? Let me pull this up. Yeah, I think Chad will get death. That's why I think he may flip on Lori because he's stuck with the death penalty and she's not. He's probably pissed. Hey, Daylight, how are you? Okay. So on May 25th of 2021, East Idaho News published the indictment document that contains the following charges, of which they were both indicted. So this is what both of them the same. They both have these same charges: conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception for the death of Tylee Ryan. First-degree murder for the death of Tylee Ryan. If I'm not mistaken, conspiracy is life in prison if you're convicted. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception for the death of J.J. Vallow. First-degree murder for the death of J.J. Vallow. And then conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and the death of Tammy Daybell. But now Chad, he has been charged with the death of her, of Tammy. So here's Chad Daybell's. This is his additional charges. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 5 charges him and her have together, and then this is his additional ones. First-degree murder and the death of Tammy Daybell. Insurance fraud for a life insurance policy that he had on Tammy for which he was the beneficiary and received the funds after her death. Baby Boop, you have a wonderful night. Additionally, Daybell was charged with another count of insurance fraud. Lori Vallow Daybell's separate charges was grand theft related to Social Security survivor benefits for the care of Tylee Ryan and J.J. Vallow that were appropriated after the children went missing and were found deceased. In the state of Arizona, Vallow Daybell was indicted on a different charge, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder related to the death of Charles Vallow. Like I said, if I'm not mistaken, the conspiracy to commit murder, if convicted, is also like a life sentence. So that is all of their charges. I need to bookmark this so I can keep up with it. Shell, thank you so much for that super chat. And she said just a little tip to show my appreciation. Well, thank you. That is very nice of you, and I appreciate it. Let me get back over here on my page. So, sure, conspiracy to commit murder can be life. Because, like I said, I remember when I was counting it up, it was like, even counting the conspiracy to commit murder, it's like a lot of murder charges. Hey, Anthony, how are you? And yeah, I mean, just with the murder charges alone, there, if he doesn't get the death penalty, he's Chad's gonna get life in prison as well. But he's gonna be in the same boat as Brian Kohlberger if he does get the death penalty. It's either going to be by lethal injection or it's going to be by the firing squad. Okay, yeah, 1 second. Let me go back to my email. What is this? Oh, okay. All right, I'm gonna open the panel up for a few minutes. If anybody wants to come up, you're more than welcome to. Let's see. Oh shoot, I'm trying to look something up real quick about Lori's. Insurance fraud would have been he murdered her. Chad murdered Tammy and then collected the insurance, life insurance policy. And see, that's why I think Lori did this to Tali and JJ because, hold on, Stonegate, I'm bringing you up. Because before Charles was murdered, he had $1 million life insurance policy on himself. He had Lori as the beneficiary, but then when he realized she's acting crazy, uh, he put Kay Woodcock, which is his sister, JJ's grandmother, on it because he knew if something would have ever happened to him, Kay would have took the money and she would have taken care of JJ. So he put Kay as the beneficiary, but Lori didn't realize it. So they murdered Charles so she could get that $1 million life insurance policy, and then she didn't even get it, and she got mad at Kay because Kay got it, and I believe that that's the reason why they did what they did to Tali and JJ. She wanted to get rid of JJ to get back at Kay, but the only way she could do that is that they had to take Tali out first. Stone Gator, how are you?
Hey, hello everyone. Hey, I have a question.
Okay.
If you get life in prison or
Uh,
death penalty, can you get can they make you pay restitution still? Like, I wonder if they will make him pay that insurance back. Do they make you pay that back if you're on life or death row?
I don't
Does
know.
anyone know?
That
Because
is
you
a
could
good.
like work and I mean you get a quarter an hour and stuff, but like still he would not get it. You know what I mean? It would be
Right.
garnished.
Right. I don't know. I don't know if they would, if they, because a lot of times you go to jail for 6 months, a year, or whatever. Once you get out, you got to pay it,
Yeah.
your fines and stuff like that. But if you have death penalty or life in prison, I don't know.
I think they should if you get any money put on your books, I think they should take whatever they put on your books and make
Right.
you work hard labor and take everything. And you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
he would have nothing, and that would be part of, a punishment as to pay part of. He would never
Right.
get the 400,000 paid, you know what I mean?
Right.
But it's something.
Right. And no way said that he's already turned his house over to his lawyers for
Oh,
fees. Yeah, I
really?
knew that. I knew that his attorney had put a lien on it. But I had read when I was reading through some stuff the other day that his kids are still living at that house, which I honestly don't know if I'd want to live at that house. My mama died in the house, and then these two kids were murdered and buried on that property.
Yeah,
I
but
wouldn't want to live there.
they support their dad. They're just as nuts as he is, obviously.
Right. Yeah. I
He lived there too.
And if I'm not mistaken, when Tammy's autopsy came out, I believe it said that she had been strangled. I believe is what it said. Um, so they know that he killed their mom, but they still support him. I don't understand that.
They believe him. Obviously, they don't want to see the bad. I mean, he raised them. You know what I mean? Like I think I would have a hard time.
Shit,
It's
not
been
me.
three.
Prove to me that one parent killed the other one, and I'll be like, okay, go to jail. That's where you belong. I don't care.
I don't
But
think
that's
they
me.
believe that though. I think they don't believe that he killed her.
That is crazy.
And maybe when it goes to trial and everything's factually put in their face, then it might be a different story. But
Right.
as of right now, he's, you
I mean,
know,
they didn't even get their mama a headstone for her gravesite. Some I don't know what the guy's name is, but I remember he's a YouTuber, and he had been following the case. Maisie, thank you so much for that super sticker. It's very nice of you. He had been following the case since the very beginning, and he actually went to Chad's house and was standing out in the front yard, and one of I think Chad's son Garth had came out. And he tried to talk to him and he was like, "Well, I just wanted to let you know that I'm the one that got your mom the headstone for her gravesite because she didn't have one." And
oh,
Garth was like, "Oh, that was you. Well, thank you." Like they didn't even get their own mama a headstone.
wow.
It's just I know that like whenever a person dies and you go to order the headstone, it takes several weeks, possibly several months to be done. But they could have gotten her one, and they didn't.
And those things aren't cheap.
No, no. But this man, all he was the kind that like the little square ones, that lays flat on the ground or whatever. That's all it
Mm.
was, and it had her name and it had the little ducks on it, and when she was born and when she died. It's very simple, and they could have done that, but no, a complete stranger went and did it.
I want to address White Widow Baby real quick. Um, She said it's bullshit, stop wasting our money and get rid of her. But if you think about it, she would really spend the rest of her life on death row also. At the rate that they're actually executing death row inmates, she would probably spend the rest of her life on death row before she's actually executed. So either way, we would be spending buku money on her, in my
which is
opinion.
which is ridiculous. Like
Yeah. Oh, I
I
came on panel and woke him up.
I get that there's appeals and stuff like that, and by law they are, that's just how our justice system is. Um, they are entitled to those appeals, um,
Right.
but I think that once the appeals are done, and if they've all been denied, what is the purpose of having that person sit on death row for 10, 20, or 30 years? What is the purpose? Like,
Because it takes that, like,
I say if
when's the
the
last time
appeal,
they executed somebody? I forgot.
oh shit, I don't
Right
know.
ahead.
uh, I don't remember if it was Big Al that was telling me the date or if it was Vapor. I don't remember.
Neither one's in here, probably. Um,
Uh, let's see. No, Big Al's in here. He just said it costs more to keep them on death row than in general pop, gym pop. I mean, like, what? I don't understand the point. Like, let their do their appeals like they're entitled to do. If that last appeal is rejected and they have to stay on death row and it's not overturned over to life in prison, then no more than 6 months should they have to sit on death row. I mean, there's no point in it. There's nothing else that can be done. There's no when you've exhausted all of your appeals, that's it. Give them 6 months to get their finances at home and say their goodbyes to their people and be done with it.
it might take a year to get the stuff for it, the execution. You never. I mean, they're saying that it's so hard to get and so expensive and so this and so that. Uh,
Right. But see, in Idaho now with this whole uh shit firing squad thing, that once you're given a death date, you have 5 days to let them know if you can get the chemicals by the death date. And if you can't, then put put it down for the firing squad.
So when do they get a death date?
I mean, I don't know if it's a certain amount of time
I
after.
don't think it's that sentencing 2012. Okay, so 11 years.
Hmm.
And then there's plenty of people on death row before Lori. You see what I'm
Oh
saying?
yeah, yeah.
And it's been 10 years since they've done one. So that's
There
just
was.
that's,
Let me see if I can find. I actually read an article the other day. There is a list of people that is on death row right now in Idaho, and it
I
tells how long
agree.
that they've been in there and what they did. Let me see if I can find that. And I don't know why I read it, but it was an article that I come across, and it was talking about the people in Idaho that's on death row. Let's see if I can find it.
I wonder how many women are on death row that she would have to actually deal with, or they would have to actually deal with her.
Okay, so right
Never
now,
mind, she don't have death on the pit. Never mind.
okay, wait, let's see. All right, Big Al, I got it. Is this the one that I read? Okay, so it says there. Oh well, shit. Let me pull it up for y'all. All right. So we currently have 8 residents under the sentence of death in Idaho. There are 7 male residents are incarcerated at the Idaho Maximum Security Institution south of Boise, and the one female resident is incarcerated at Pocatello Women's Correctional Center in Pocatello. 3 executions have occurred since Idaho entered a new death penalty statute in 1977. So there's uh, Abdullah, well, no, as Assad Abdullah. So let's see, November 2004, convicted of first degree murder for the arson death of his wife in Ada County.
Oh no.
So he's been on there since 2004.
So they've killed 3 people in 40 years. Is that what it said?
Yeah, 3 executions have occurred since Idaho enacted a new death penalty statute in 1977.
44 years, 3 people. There you go.
Right,
That's what that's what makes me believe that she's gonna spend the rest of her life locked up. She's not gonna be Chad. Chad won't be executed. Well, of course, because Lori has death penalty off the table.
right.
Goodness gracious, what is him?
Well, look at this guy here, Thomas Creech. He received the death penalty January of 1983 for the beating death of an inmate in Ada County. He's still sitting on death row. 40 years he's been on there.
Ada
Uh,
County, that's where she is now, right? That's where the
yeah,
trial is going to be.
yeah, that's where Boise's at. Okay, so then we've got this guy here, Timothy Dunlap. April of 1982, convicted of first degree murder for killing a woman during a bank robbery in Caribou County. So, and Big Al says, look at Texas, they have an express lane for executions.
Oh, wow. I believe that in Texas.
What was I? Wait, what a baby, I don't know. Let me go back to the one. Oh shit, no, this was him. Beating death. It just says beating death of an inmate in Ada County. I mean, I'm sure if you look into it, it, it was probably an inmate that was convicted of some type of SA or something like that.
That's crazy because that dude don't look like he could be the inmate to death. I'm sorry.
Okay, so this one here is in 1996. James Hairston, convicted of first degree murder for the two shooting deaths in Bannock County.
That's when I graduated high school.
This one here, Eric Hall, in 2004, convicted of 2 counts of first degree murder and killing 2 women in Ada County in 2000 and 2003. Okay, so Gerald Pizzuto, that's the one that they were supposed to put to death on March, I believe it was the 26th, and they didn't because he's on hospice um, and all this and that. So they didn't do it. But he was convicted of first degree murder for beating to death 2 people in Idaho County. Okay, let me grab this other
So
link.
these pictures are the mugshots of when they got arrested, like back in the day, right?
Yes, I would think so. Because this one here, his date is 10/27/07. So yeah, that would have been his mugshot. Unless they, I don't, do they have to update a mugshot or do they only? So okay, so
Um.
Big Al says no, they are updated. Okay,
Oh,
I
okay.
didn't.
Thanks.
Yeah, I didn't know if they had to update them or if they only did it once they moved to a new facility. Okay. All right. So this one is Jonathan Daniel Renfro. See, November 2017, convicted of first degree murder for the shooting death of a police officer in Kootenai County.
Cool.
So let's see. This is the only woman convicted. Her name is Robin Rowe. She received the death penalty December of 1993, convicted of first degree murder for the arson deaths of her husband, son, and daughter in Ada County.
Oh my gosh. And she's still on death row right
Yeah.
now.
Yep.
Yeah. See what I mean? Even if she would have got death row, she would still spend the rest of her life
Right.
there.
But I mean, like, I get that because the appeals can take, like, I forgot how many appeals total they get, but they get several. And it could take 10 years or longer for all of the appeals to be done. But there is no point of leaving these people on death row for 30 or 40 years. Okay, so wait, let's check out Creech's story. Hold on, I gotta take this other one down to pull this one up. So give me just a second.
Preach looks like a creep.
Okay, present. Uh, okay, so Big Al, the last two links that you sent, are they the same one? Uh, they must. Okay, they must be. Let
I
me
say
see.
he must have beat the man with a sock full of bars of soap and while he was sleeping. That's the only way he gonna beat a man to death.
Okay. Wait, did it? All right. Hopefully, I've still got the right one up here because I had them both pulled up. Okay, so apparently I do. All right, so it says The history of an Idaho serial killer who has been on and off a death row for nearly 43 years.
On and off?
Yeah, how the hell are you on and off?
I guess we're about to find out.
Okay, so this came out November the 1st of 2019. Yes, avoid the video. Okay. All right, so he's made claims of killing over 40 people, and he's been sitting on death row in Idaho for nearly 40 years for the murder of one. Holy crap. 40 people and only on death row for one.
That's crazy.
What the hell? Okay. So his name is Thomas Eugene Creech, and he's been on death row in Idaho for over 37 years now for the murder of a prison inmate, David Dale Jensen, on May the 13th of 1981. But that isn't the only murder that Creech is convicted of committing, and it isn't the only time that Creech was sentenced to death row. At the time of the murder of David Dale Jensen in 1981, Jensen and Creech were both inmates housed inside of a maximum security prison at Idaho's penitentiary. Creech was serving time for two murder convictions in Idaho. He was convinced to attack and did in fact murder David Jensen, a 22 or 23-year-old young man who was in prison as a car thief, said James Harris, former Ada County prosecutor who asked for the death penalty against Creech in 1982. According to court documents, Jensen was partially disabled. Years earlier, in an attempted suicide, he shot himself in the head, resulting in the removal of part of his brain, and had plastic plate being placed in his skull, causing impaired speech and motor function. Oh, wow. So court documents say that he and Thomas Creech were not on good terms. Creech was a janitor at the penitentiary at the time, and the court documents say that Creech and Jensen had argued about Jensen dirtying the floor, something that Creech had to clean up. Because of his janitorial duties, Thomas Creech was the only prisoner who could be out of his cell at the same time as another inmate. Both Chuck Palmer and I wrote letters to the penitentiary warden during this time frame once he was released, warning the warden and the penitentiary system that this was a very dangerous criminal, said Harris. Chuck Palmer was the Ada County sheriff at the time. He and Jim Harris, Ada County prosecuting attorney in 1981, both believed that if Creech were given the opportunity to kill, even while in prison, he would act on it. That's what happened on May 13th of 1981. David Dale Jensen was released from his cell for an hour to exercise and shower. Jensen had other plans during that time, though. Court documents say that David Dale Jensen attacked Thomas Creech with a sock filled with batteries. Creech was able to take the weapon away from Jensen, and it was that same weapon that Creech would later use to beat Jensen to death. In an exclusive letter to us from Creech, he admits to that. Again, yes, I killed that guy, but he attacked me, wrote Creech. Creech went on to claim self-defense in the incident, but prosecution argued that he went above and beyond self-defense. Following the murder in 1981, Creech was handed the death penalty sentence in 1983 for the second time in his life. You see, that wasn't his first murder. The criminal history started at the age of 16, said Harris. Former Ada County prosecutor Jim Harris said that Creech spoke to him about his childhood, and I think it was potentially the loss of his father at a very young age, particularly since the man essentially died in his arms. His first enemy, his first attempted murder, was a male nurse that failed to get help to his father before he died. The Journal News out of Hamilton, Ohio, wrote that Creech claimed that he committed his first murder at the age of 17 by drowning a friend in New Miami, who he believed was responsible for the tragic death of his girlfriend. The paper also stated that Creech claimed to have killed 5 people from a motorcycle gang in Ohio for satanic cult worship rituals. In a United Press International article from 1986, writer Steve Green reported that Creech ran away from home and claims to have killed a man in San Francisco in 1965. During that time in San Francisco, sources say that Thomas Creech became involved with the Church of Satan before it was officially organized in 1969. 1973, Creech married Thomasine Lauren White. The same year, both of them were wanted in connection for the murder of Paul C. Schrader in Tucson, Arizona. The Tucson Daily Citizen paper reported that on January the 4th of 1974, Paul C. Schrader was stabbed to death at a downtown motor hotel in Tucson, Arizona. Creech was arrested for the murder in Beaver, Utah, and taken back to Arizona to face charges. But after hours of deliberation, 23-year-old Creech was acquitted for the Tucson murder. Damn. In 74, Creech and his wife, Thomasine, moved to Portland. A United Press International article stated that Thomas Creech spent some time in Oregon Psychiatric Hospital in Salem. After he was released, he moved into the St. Mark's Episcopal Church in Portland and began work as a resident maintenance worker. In the exclusive letter Creech sent to us, he said that his wife, Thomasine, was raped by 11 men and tossed out a window 4 stories high that left her paralyzed and damaged mentally. She later died by suicide in the Oregon State Hospital. His letter told us that letter to us also stated that he killed some of the men who allegedly are his wife. Also in 1974, Creech was convicted of killing 22-year-old William Joseph Dean. An article from the United Press International stated that Dean's body was found in Creech's living quarters inside the St. Mark's Church in Portland. Later that same year, 2 traveling painters were found shot to death in Idaho. Authorities say that Thomas Creech and his girlfriend, Carol Spaulding, were hitchhiking from Lewiston to Donnelly, Idaho, when 2 men by the name of Edward Arnold and John Wayne Bradford picked them up in their 1956 Buick. Thomas shot John and Edward, then partially buried their bodies off Highway 55 in Donnelly. Like, this guy's just been like he gets off on killing people.
I want to know why he ain't got caught like 25 times
Well,
ago.
yeah, like how did he murdered a guy and he was like,
Acquitted.
yeah.
My mama was 9 years old when that happened. That's where I live and that's where she was raised. I was wondering if she would remember that, but probably not.
Golly. So the judge in the case, J. Ray, I'm not even going to pronounce that name, said that Creech denied killing the 2 in Idaho in court, but admitted to being a mass murderer. So the judge recorded his recollection of Creech's original 1975 trial in an audio recorded for the Idaho Historical Society before his passing. Like, the dude admitted to being a mass murderer. This is crazy. So it was verified that they did find some of the bodies that he identified, that he identified before them and showed them where they was. That was his defense in my case. He says, "My goodness, I'm admitting I killed all these other people. I wouldn't deny this if I had done it." A statement from the Idaho Supreme Court noted that Creech had admitted to killing or participating in the killing of at least 26 people. The bodies of 11 of his victims, who were shot, stabbed, beaten, or strangled to death, had been recovered in 7 states.
Wow.
That is so
Wow.
crazy. So he admitted to killing or participating in 26 people's deaths, and 11 of them have been found.
Dang.
See, I read this last time we talked about inmates on death row in Idaho. I meant to bring it back up, just never did. Intense yet. This dude is, and he's still sitting on death row. Like, he can't have any more appeals left. What are they waiting for? This, like,
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like there, even if Lori would have gotten the death penalty, I know I was upset about it being taken off, but really if you think about it, she's gonna spend the rest of her life
God,
in prison regardless what she gets. So it's
right?
like she's gonna die there regardless until she can actually figure out a way to teleport herself. She's gonna be there.
Yeah, she's gonna teleport herself back out to Hawaii or somewhere where they can't come get her,
She might teleport herself to the cafeteria in the prison, maybe.
or maybe into Chad's prison to a cell.
She would have done that already.
Well, I mean, if we ever get to hear her talk, she may tell that. Yeah, I teleport into Chad's cell all the time.
Do you think we will hear her talk? She is definitely not taking the stand.
I don't think she will.
We we will
She
not
did.
hear from her.
She's the one that doesn't want Larry and Kay in the courtroom during her trial.
Well, guess what? It's not her choice. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think she's going to take the stand though. I honestly, I don't even want to hear her voice. It makes me sick that every time she sees a camera looking at her, she looks at that camera and smiles every single time.
Right.
And her,
And she
she's on, she's going to trial for murder
her
of
kids.
her kids, her husband's ex-wife or late wife, and her ex-husband.
Steph sells stuff by the
Ugh.
seashore. He only got convicted of one murder, and he's on death row for one murder and then the murder of the inmate. But the other murders that he did, he didn't get convicted of those.
Oh, he's just on, just for the
Yeah.
guy that he killed in jail. That's the only one that he's on death row for. It's
Oh,
crazy.
okay.
Uh, so, all right. So it says Judge Jay Ray also made the statement inside the courthouse in Wallace, Idaho. Law enforcement officers were worried about him in the trial, worried about security because of all the rumors getting around that he had been a member of the Hells Angels and that they were going to come up here and break him out. And I moved him up to Wallace to try him where there had not been any publicity. So the judge found Creech guilty of the Donnelly murders and sentenced him to hang in March of 1976. At that time, Idaho law stated a first degree murder charge was a mandatory death sentence. That law was later ruled unconstitutional by the Idaho Supreme Court in 1979, and Creech was sentenced to life in prison. But that didn't sit well with Sheriff Palmer and prosecutor James Harris. In our opinion, Creech was psychotic and he didn't like inmates and he would probably kill someone if they didn't supervise him very closely around other inmates. It was a short time after that Creech was allowed trustee status and given full run of several sections of a maximum security as a janitor. Why the hell would they give him free range in a prison when this man admitted to being a mass murderer? Hey, Sunflower Dragon, how are you? That makes absolutely no sense. All right, so the statement was almost a foreshadow of what was to come a mere 2 years later when Thomas Creech killed again. The prosecution quoted this statement made by Creech in court. And okay, I kicked him a couple of more times and he was laying there bleeding real bad and breathing real funny. In 1982, Thomas Creech was convicted of the murder of David Dale Jensen and he was back on death row. Then, just a few years later, Creech filed a writ of habeas corpus. In the midst of the appeals, former Ada County Deputy Prosecutor Roger Bourne made the statement in court in 1995. If the death penalty doesn't fit this defendant, then who does it fit? The defendant is a mass murderer. He has shown extreme violence while in the penitentiary. If the legislature didn't intend to fit this defendant, then who could it fit any better? Creech was scheduled for execution again in 1999, but on June the 14th of that year, the federal district court granted a stay of execution, and as of November the 1st of 2019, no execution date is set. So in 1999, he was supposed to be executed.
Does it say how old he was when he committed his crime?
Uh,
I want to know how
20,
old he is now.
I believe he was like 20 something, wasn't he? Let me go back up. I think it was at the, well,
23?
he's been on death row for nearly 43 years.
So he's probably like
So,
60 something, 70, something like that.
well, it says that he's been in there, okay, so for over 37 years for the murder of prison inmate David Dale Jensen. So he murdered him in 1981. See. Doesn't say how old he was, though, when he
I
did
thought
it.
it said his age and the inmate he killed's age.
Okay, so the inmate was 22 or 23.
Oh, never mind.
Let me see. I don't think it says what his age is, though.
Oh well, I was just wondering how much longer he may have on death row.
Well, let's see. This happened in May of 81, so 41 years he's been on death row now. Well, no, because when was he convicted? 83, right? No, prosecutors who asked for the death penalty against Creech in 1982. I think it was 83, though, whenever we found the next date. Okay. So Creech was handed the death penalty sentence in 1983 for a second time. So, yeah, this year will be 40 years. All right, hold on one second, Big Al, and I'll get it for you.
So he's in his 60s.
I would say so, yeah.
Big Al wants to come up.
Yeah, I just dropped the link for him.
Oh,
System for pressure. Okay, thank you. Wait, what up, baby? All right, I was gonna give him a second before because if I click off of or go to another tab, I won't be able to see whenever he comes up.
yeah.
Okay, there he is. How
Ayo.
how are you?
So that was his second time on death row, not his first. He was on death row, and then they gave him pay to pull him
Yeah,
off. He was convicted and sentenced to hang.
that is crazy though. This guy,
And he killed somebody again, and they put him back on death.
right? And see, what year was that he was sentenced?
76, I think it said, if I
Uh,
remember right.
I think that sounds about right. Okay, so there's the
The guy's a
beginning.
fucking whack job, for
This dude
real.
he is admitted to killing people.
I can't believe I forgot to bring that back up because I remember sitting reading it on mute
Uh,
and just thinking, oh my God, this is like a freaking movie.
this is crazy.
You know, that this guy is, number one, still alive. And number two, they literally in death row. I don't think people know this, but in prison, that's like the lap of luxury.
Yeah, I mean,
You
you
got a
sit in
nice,
your cell
clean,
for 23 hours a day.
solo cell. Nobody's messing with you. You got your TV. You got whatever other shit they let you have in your cell, and you don't have to deal with all the crazy general population crap.
Right.
Many of them actually have pets.
Yeah, they're doing that in a lot more prisons now. Cats and dogs.
I hope they don't let him have any.
Well, you never know.
And this dude literally he was in the pen, like straight up the penitentiary, and he killed somebody.
Just a bunch of them. I mean, he's just like chilling, having dinner, going, "Oh, by the way, I killed 6 people in California. Here's where they're at.
Yeah, like he
Yeah,
admits.
just no big deal."
It says that he. Uh, okay, so the Idaho Supreme Court noted that he admitted to killing or participating in the killing of at least 26 people, and the bodies of 11 of the victims who were shot, stabbed, beaten, or strangled to death have been recovered in 7 states.
I can't believe this isn't a movie. I truly
Oh
can't.
my god!
I mean, I truly
I
cannot believe this guy's horrible life story is not a movie.
But just
I
think
can't
though,
believe he got away with that many murders.
Well, you got to remember though, that was back before computers.
True.
It was back before AFIs and all the FBI computers and everything that ties everything together now. You know, the big thing then was radios. You know, it
right?
wasn't like they had, internet databases and DNA databases to put shit in. I mean, it was just a murder that happened 2 states away.
I'm so
Right.
spoiled now. I forgot all about there was no back then.
Yeah, it's really, since the 80s, criminology is just leaps and bounds. I mean, it's a completely different thing. You know, a lot of friends that are cops and a lot of retired cops that come to my bar that tell me, I don't know how these guys don't get more done with the luxuries that they have now. Because the databases that are out there are just crazy. It's
I had a,
amazing the information that they have stored.
I have a question, and it's off the wall, and it's probably going to be stupid. But this dude was sentenced to death by hanging,
Hmm.
Yep.
which is no longer available. So
Right.
does he just get like the next option? Do they have to like totally change all of his
Well,
paperwork
they
or no?
they
Because
pulled
he's
him off
dying.
at they pulled him off of death row
Yeah,
when
that
the
one.
Supreme Court decided that that was no longer going to happen.
Oh,
But
so
then
he's
he
on
killed
like.
this other guy, and now he's back on.
Yeah, let me see if I
Oh,
can
okay,
find that
okay,
part.
okay, okay, okay.
Where is the part about he was sentenced to?
1975 trial. Is that
Uh,
it is? No. I'd have to pull it up on my screen.
okay, let me see if I can find it. I remember where was it? It said that he was convicted to death by hanging.
He was convicted. He was convinced to attack and did in fact murder David Jensen, a 23-year-old man who was in prison for car theft in
But if
1982.
he was sentenced to death by hanging on death row, how could he get off of death row to go into Gen Pop to kill someone? How do you get
Okay,
off
he
of
was
death
found
row?
guilty. Judge Dirtsey found Creech guilty of the Donnelly murders and sentenced him to hang in March of '76.
Okay.
At the time, Idaho's law stated first-degree murder was automatically a death sentence. There was no, they didn't have to go after the death sentence. It was just you got convicted of first-degree murder, you die.
Hmm.
That law was later ruled unconstitutional in 1979, and he converted his sentence to life.
Okay,
Okay, I
here it
got
is, right here. So yeah, here it is, right here. Oh shit! I
Yeah,
didn't mean to
so they
highlight that
converted
part.
his sentence to life, and probably, I mean, they might not have put him in general population because they knew how big of a problem he was.
Yeah,
They
that
might
is
have kept him in a
crazy.
solo cell or in some
Oh,
sort of.
never mind. Yeah, they were in solo cells or double cells, and he was a janitor. Okay, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
You
but
know,
what?
most of the time, death row they're in a single cell.
Yeah.
Okay,
They're by
but
themselves.
wasn't him and this Jensen guy? Wasn't they cellmates? Or what?
That's what it says. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So and then
If
that's
they were
yeah,
cell mates, he wouldn't have had to wait until they got out the cell to do it. He could have killed them in the cell, right? Why
let's
would he
see.
have waited until he got out? Because he was
Maybe
working.
that's just when he
Oh no.
snapped.
Okay, so no, it says Jensen and Creech were both inmates housed inside a maximum security prison.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, they apparently they wasn't cellmates then.
Yeah, because the creeper dude was cleaning while the other dude was going out to shower and stuff for his free time out of
Yeah,
his cell.
and
And
dirtying up the.
janitors as a whole in jail. I mean, all the way down to a county jail. If you're a trustee and you're like a janitor or a cleaner, you pretty much have the run of the place.
Right.
You're in contact with everybody. You're not in just one, usually not in just one cell block or one area. You're cleaning everything.
That is
So
crazy.
he's got pretty much he can just run around and talk to everybody, pass notes, pass whatever,
Yeah.
because he's got access to everyone.
I mean, they knew that this dude. Hey, Scott H, how are you? They knew that this dude was dangerous, and they just let him do janitorial work.
Well, that's what they
Ashes, how are
do.
you?
That's what
Uh,
inmates do. They fake it until they get the trust.
that is crazy.
That's what they do. They've got years to come up with plans.
Well,
Years
like
to sit there and scheme.
he actually doesn't just like have free reign of like the whole prison or whatever. Like there's COs watching him. He can't just like go to the next building or
Well, no,
whatever
they've
and be
got to
like,
buzz them through
sure.
doors. They're buzzing them through doors. I mean,
Yeah.
I know that short little time I spent in our little county jail. The guys that were trustees that were cleaners, they went between all of the areas, and they just got buzzed in and out, and they were watched on camera.
Okay, Troll, thank you so much for gifting that one membership. And Sunflower Dragon got it. All right.
Welcome to the Pickle family.
I got to get on Google's ass about telling me my credit card's no good. Somehow they still charge me every month.
So wait, do you still have a membership in here though?
No,
Okay,
I can't do
who
memberships.
else?
I can't do memberships. I can't gift memberships. I can't do super stickers. I can't do anything else, but they still charge me for my YouTube TV and my YouTube Premium on the same card every month.
Okay. Is it still charging you for a membership in
No,
my
no,
chat? Okay, okay.
no.
Because I know that a couple of months ago, one of the subs, she was getting charged each month on her card, but she didn't have membership status in here, and we had to figure out how she could get in touch with YouTube to let them know, and she had to send them like screenshots and all that. And I think she finally got it figured out.
YouTube's in turmoil right now.
It's like crazy. There's
Yeah,
people
it's in
like
turmoil.
that, their memberships aren't automatically renewing like they're supposed to. Uh
It's demonetizing channels like left and right. There's all kinds of stuff going on
yeah,
right now.
my sub count stayed the same for over a week, but I knew I was getting more subs because, in order to chat in my chat, you got to be a sub for 5 minutes or longer. And I was getting new people coming into chat, so I knew they were subbing up, but the sub count stayed the same. And then all of a sudden, it like shot up a few, and then it went right back down.
Yeah, there's some
It's
weird stuff going on with the algorithm on YouTube and on Twitter right now.
let's see. Scott H said he had the same issue with the member. Like they need to get their shit together.
I lost 4,000 on Twitter in 2 days.
That is crazy. Was that because you were in Twitter jail though?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Could have been because I could have had a bunch of bots subscribed. Who knows? I don't know. It was my original account. I mean, the one that they canceled on me
Uh-huh.
for telling Nancy Pelosi to play in traffic. I had like 14. I think I had 14,000 or 18,000, 14 or 18,000, and they just took it. And
Wow.
I had it from like the first 6 months Twitter even was formed.
I know. I seen the other day where people that had blue checks were pissed because now they got to pay for the blue checks.
I just paid for mine. I said, screw it.
It's like, what is it, $9 a month or $8,
Seven,
something like that?
$7. It's $7, but it changes the whole experience.
Right.
It
So,
changes your position in the algorithm, and it changes the things that you see. You actually see the people that you follow
hmm
instead of people being hidden from your time. It does make a difference.
right. Well, I know there was a few people that was complaining about it the other day on Twitter because they got to pay for it now.
Well, they kept taking my phone away from me. My blood pressure would go up, and they'd come in and go, "All right, give it over."
I know, because you told me that the other day, and that's why I told you. Like, I know it's good for your health, but I was laughing.
Oh, my
Like
doctors.
I told Troll, I was like, they got him in quiet time.
Oh, they put me on quiet time. That last time was just the worst. She came in. She's like, "All right, give me your phone." And 10 minutes later, she comes in and she goes, "Where is it?" And I go, "What?" She goes, "The fucking iPad, Al." I'm like, "Oh, that thing."
Like I
Forgot
wasn't
about that.
I wasn't trying to laugh at you, but it was just
No,
it
it's
was
all good.
funny. It was funny how you put it. Like they're putting me in quiet time.
Well, they did too, because every time something big would happen and news would start flowing on Twitter, they'd be like, "All right, why is their blood pressure going up?" Well, I don't know.
But it was that damn social media. That's what it
It
is.
is. Well, my doctor told me, he goes, "You need to get rid of that bar and you need to cancel all your social media." He goes, "You'll be healthy in a month." We had a good laugh over that. So
Wait, what baby? He told me that the other day. I couldn't help but to laugh. He's like, they put me in quiet time. But he like
they
quoted
took
the
my
quiet
charger. They took my charger and everything.
time. Didn't he say they took your TV remote?
Yeah, they took the TV remote. They were like trying to find a way to block the news channels from my TV, and I was like, "You don't need to. I don't watch mainstream news. I
Yeah, I
just
mean,
don't."
there's nothing on there. Hey, Crime
No.
Crazy.
What,
Uh,
troll? They unsubscribed you from all of your channels?
YouTube has been crazy.
That would suck.
I can't even imagine that. I would go berserk.
How would you remember every single channel you would subscribe to?
I've got like
Oh,
400 on mine.
I don't even
No,
know how many I'm
I
sub
feel
to.
like go and take a screenshot of my subscribe list so that I know who to subscribe to if it gets messed up.
Is there like a subscription count? No, they don't have one on here. Like I, God, I'm probably 5 or 600
Yeah,
at least.
I got at least 400. I've got stuff that pops up on mine sometimes. I'm like, oh hey, wow, I forgot all about that person.
Oh, I had to go through the other day on Twitter. There was somebody that I had. I've been following him for a while, but I had the notification, and it was like at least 100 times a day. I'm getting notifications. So I was like, I got to turn the notification off. It's getting ridiculous.
Ashes. I had to spend a little time in the hospital. My heart went a little wonky, but I'm home now, so
Man, people's hearts here lately.
I didn't take no shots, so it ain't that. Mine's just stress.
I
That's
have
all
to
I
go
was.
see a cardiologist now after having that
That's
C
what I'm
word.
saying. Like you having to go to cardiologist, and now I am. Hold, I gotta mute 1 second, y'all.
Yeah, my sister is actually a. She's a charge nurse in the largest ER in Minneapolis, and she's
Oh,
now
wow.
having issues out of nowhere. So, but
Oh,
she had
from
after
that?
her after her third one, um, she started having major problems.
Oh, wow. You know what? This is my third one and the same.
Yeah,
With
after her
I have
third
to
one,
see
it
a
got bad.
cardiologist.
Yeah, she's got myocarditis, where
Okay.
she never had an issue before. So,
Me either. That's what I'm so scared of. And now oh man, now I'm gonna be so paranoid.
yeah, don't be
Oh,
paranoid. Just live
th-
healthy.
there
That's all
is
you
a
can do.
thing. There is an article that I read today. That where did I see it at? Do you have what is the name of this app? Hold on. It's news something. Newsbreak. Do you have that app on your phone?
Yes.
I don't.
Okay. There is an article on Newsbreak that is it's something sinus something. I forgot now what it's called. And I couldn't grab the link to it because I was going to send it to Big Al. But it's saying something to do with the sinus node can cause heart issues,
Mm,
and it can cause blood pressure issues, and it causes fatigue and like all these different things. And I was going to send it to you, but I couldn't get the link. It wouldn't
mm.
let me have a link to it.
I'll look it up. As long as
But
I know what it's about, I can find it.
it's on that app Newsbreak, and if you put it on your phone, I will warn you, you'll get 1,000 notifications from it too.
Yeah, no, I got enough crap making my phone beep.
But it was on there today, and it's something that the sinus. It's called it's SSS. I'm gonna have to look it up now because this is gonna irritate me. Uh,
Just look at your history on Newsbreak.
I don't think I can look at it.
Yeah, you can. You want me to tell you how? I'll
Uh,
go to mine. Hold on.
okay, so Scott H. Yes, it's sinus tachycardia, and then it's something Brady tachy, but it's SSS something, and it has something to do with the sinus nodes or whatever. And they said that it
Brady
can cause
syndrome.
something. Shit.
Yep.
Let me. Do you know how to get the link for it? Okay. Troll said he thinks he saved it. And if he did, he'll send you the link to it.
Sinus tachycardia. Oh my goodness
Six
gracious.
sinus syndrome is what they're calling it. It's a period of heart rates followed by a very slow heart rate.
Yeah, but if you
Yep.
read like all the different symptoms and what it can cause and all that, and I was like, well, damn, I need to send this to Big Al, and then I couldn't get the damn link for it.
Yeah, I just got a new cardiologist, and I'm really impressed. I'm they just did an echo on Thursday, and rather than just my cardiologist and the two people he works with, they took it to the University of Minnesota and had 60 cardiologists sit in a
Mm,
room and have a meeting about it. So
okay.
we'll see. I just need to get less stress. That's where I'm at right now. But for all those who care, and thank you, but
Yes,
I'll
I
be
did ask. I asked everybody to pray for you the other night. I didn't go into detail about what was going
Yep.
on because, like I told them that if you wanted people to know, that would be
Yeah,
your
I
business
don't
to
like to
tell.
give
But
news until I have news. It's hard to explain things to people when you don't really know what's going on yet.
right,
You know.
yeah. Okay, so the link that I just put in chat, this is not where I read it, but this is from John Hopkins Medicine. I think they're pretty good uh, when they're talking about medical stuff.
I got it.
And it has all the stuff that I read in the article on Newsbreak. This is everything. It's talking about CHF and all that. And that was
Yep.
the reason why I wanted to send it because it had like all of these different the symptoms and all that.
Big Al, can I ask you a question?
Sure, go ahead.
It's gonna sound very silly, and since we're all friends here, I know that you guys aren't gonna laugh at me too much. But you know how when you go like to a fair or something, or a Ferris wheel, and you're going around, and then you like your heart goes to your stomach or
Mm-hmm.
whatever?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that feeling you get, I get, but it stays in my chest. Like it doesn't feel like it goes in my stomach, like it just stays there. Like it just goes to drop, but it doesn't drop. And I was talking to my dad about that. It just started after the C word. And I was talking to my dad about it, and he was saying something about like the heart stopping and starting, like when that happens or whatever. And I'm really, really, really afraid.
Well,
I'm
you should
only
go. I
24.
would go to the doctor and just tell him, hey, I think it'd be in my best interest to get an EKG and
Right.
maybe get hooked up and do an echocardiogram and just I've never had a heart checkup. Let's check up my heart.
For
If you have
sure.
insurance, there's no reason why your doctor won't do it.
Yeah, because I mean, y'all know me. I hate going to the damn doctor,
Me
but
too.
when and it happened tonight just while me sitting here, I got out of breath, and I'm not doing anything but sitting here at my desk. My heart rate shot up over 100 beats per minute, and I got out of breath. That's why I was having a hard time reading there for a little bit. And I told my doctor that, and he was like, "You need a Holter monitor. It is a pain in the ass. Oh my god, it was like you had an annoying little brother or sister attached to you for 48 hours. It
Right.
wouldn't let you go. Uh, but I will have my results hopefully Monday. If not Monday, then Tuesday. And if I have to go to a cardiologist after that, then I will. Or if I have to be put on blood pressure medicine, then that's what I'll do. But yeah, if you're having issues like that,
Yep.
you
You
need
should
to get
always
it
go
checked
in.
out for
Don't
sure.
don't ignore it. Don't. It's not
Right.
worth it. I ignored it for a long time, and I wish I wouldn't have.
Well, Scarlett, I told my mom actually today that how I just sit here and I get out of breath sometimes.
Yeah.
And it's crazy and it's scary because this is different. I've
Right.
different feelings I've never had in my body. So it's extra anxiety. It's just crazy.
It
I'm
will
just scared
make
to go
you
to the doctor.
it will scare you because I mean that first night that it happened to me back in January, I was sitting at my desk fixing to go live and I couldn't get my heart to stop beating fast and I had to cancel the live and it scared the crap out of me. And I laid down and about an hour it finally went back down to normal. But it had it just me sitting here, not literally not even doing anything.
Yeah.
And I'm
Mine
just
mine
sitting
sat
here.
at over 150 for 4 days straight.
Oh wow. And see, that's scary because it's when mine gets to doing that, I get short of breath. And that's what scares me. And then I keep I have the pulse oximeter here with me.
Yeah,
And
I've got one too.
my oxygen always stays at 98.
Yeah,
Like
me
no
too.
matter what, no matter if it's 100 beats per minute or more, or if it's lower than that, it's always at 98. So I know that if it drops below that, then I start getting worried. But so far, it stayed at 98. Just the heart rate.
Yep.
They do have medicine that you can take, to keep your heart rate at a normal
That's why
heart
they
rate.
kept
So
me in because they wanted to adjust the medication and have access to me while they were doing it.
right,
And a lot of the new medications take 3 4 days
yeah,
before
for
they
it to
start
start
working.
working. Yep. So hopefully mine will. I don't I don't know what else it could be unless it's high blood pressure problems with me. See, Scott said I had to wear a Holter monitor for a day. Oh my God.
Jeez.
Twice. I had to go to Heart Center Monday and telemed with Vanderbilt on Wednesday. Oh, I see, Scott. I itch where those little sticker things were. Y'all,
Oh
that
yeah,
was
they're the
it was like
worst.
it was like having poison ivy.
Yep.
It was horrible.
I've got little rash marks from every
I do
single one
too.
of them.
I had 7 total, and I've got
One,
where
two,
each one of them was. I've got little spots that's still like a broke out spot.
And y'all
Oh,
want me to go through that?
you need to. I
you
mean,
should.
the halter monitor itself doesn't hurt. All it is mine was a little box that they put into a little pouch, and you just clip it to your shirt or your pants or belt loop or whatever.
It just records it.
Yeah, and
That's all it's doing.
it's a continuous EKG. Now, they did tell me because there was a green button on it. If you have anything abnormal, where I only had to hit it 3 times. I had to do for fast heartbeat when I was just sitting still. I had to do it because one night when I had it, I was live, and it was like 2 something in the morning, and I had like a really hard pound in my chest, and it only did it 1 time. So I hit it. I was live when I did it. Wrote down in my little diary thing that they give you what it was, and then there was another one. I forgot what the other one was. It might have been for fast heartbeat too. And then that's all it does. And then you go back the next whenever they tell you that you can take it off. And all I did, I literally that was the quickest I'd ever been in a doctor's office.
Yeah,
I
here you
went
go.
in.
Bye.
I went in there. They unplugged it. I walked in the room. I jerked the wires off. Said, "Here's your wires. I am leaving. I don't want this damn thing."
I
And I
don't
gave
blame
them my
you.
little I gave them my little diary thing. I was literally in there 3 minutes in the doctor's office. Like I was not sticking around for them to say, "Oh, you may need this again." Nothing like that.
Put it this way, Gator. It's not abnormal right now for people to be asking to have things checked out.
Yeah, you really should if you're
It's not
having
abnormal. It
problems.
really isn't, and you shouldn't be worried about asking. Be worried if you don't.
Right.
Thank you.
I mean, if I did it, and like I said, y'all know how I hate going to the doctor. But if I did it because it was my chest and all that was bothering me, then Stone Gator, yes, I think that you should too.
Did you say you felt a pound in your heart or in your
I
chest?
It was one hard pound, and actually, I've still got my little sticky note because I had to write it down while I was live on a sticky note. But it was like
What
two
does that
in the
feel
morning.
like?
It's just like you're being punched in the chest,
Oh my God.
and it only done it 1 time, but it felt like I was being punched in the chest.
Is that the only time that happened to you, or do you feel that often?
Oh no, I felt it other times, but it was the only time that it happened while I had the Holter monitor.
Oh man, Scarlett, I didn't know all that.
Yep. And then my heart rate gets up, like I said. Then I get short of breath. There's no trigger. Wide mind does it,
Yeah,
which
that's me too.
worries
It's the
me.
weirdest freaking thing ever. It's just out of nowhere. Bang.
Yeah,
Your heart
it
rate goes
You
just
from
get
60
punched.
to 150 like in 2 seconds.
right. There's mine has no trigger. Um, I would have thought maybe it was because of all the stuff that I read doing true crime. A lot of that can be upsetting, and it can be. I can be asleep and it does it. I can be like the other day. I was sitting in the truck at the dollar store, sitting out in the parking lot, and it just boom raced up to 112 for no
Well, they
reason.
did tell me a lot of it is mine is stress related.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, you're dealing with the
Yeah.
business and all
Well,
that snow shit y'all had going on up there. And yeah.
we got another foot coming next week.
Oh, God.
Yeah, we got
So,
missed by this last one. They got a foot just south of us. We didn't get it.
so,
But
you
yeah,
have a lot of stress. Mine, I mean, I really don't have a lot of stress, honestly. But there's usually you would think of if your heart rate starts racing, then there would be a trigger to it. And I don't have a trigger. It
yeah,
just
I
does it
didn't either.
whenever. You never know when it's going to do it.
Although I do feel if I drink
Hmm.
alcohol, even just small amounts, I can't do it anymore.
Right.
Just can't do it.
That's
Just
how it is
can't
for me.
stand the way it makes me feel.
That's what
Whenever mine drops, it doesn't have a trigger either. It just happens. And the out of breath thing too. It's really scary. I don't know.
the out of breath thing bothers me the most.
Yep. CU2 says dehydration will do it. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. That's why
Not drinking enough water is a problem in my life.
Me
It
too.
is.
I'm a Diet
honestly,
Coke drinker like King Scarlet.
Yeah, it's.
y'all, okay, so see what little baby, I'm not the only person who don't drink water.
I hate water,
I do too.
but I ordered 13 cases of water from my beer distributor, and it's sitting on my porch.
Well, you need to
And
drink it then.
oh, I'm drinking it. I hate it, but I'm drinking it.
But I have been drinking the Body Armor. They're the Body Armor Light. They don't have any sugar in it, and they have like all of the vitamins in it, and they're good for dehydration and all that. So I've been drinking those too.
I got Pedialyte. And the doctor actually told me to stay away from diet soda. Period. Anything with aspartame,
Well, I've been
I
not
drinking
know, but
good
regular
for your heart.
it's a bad addiction. Are you serious?
Yeah, aspartame is very bad for your heart.
Oh my God. Like I
Coke.
quit smoking. I lost weight.
You're better off drinking regular Coke.
That's all I drink is just regular Coke.
Yeah, you're
Even
better
as
off
a
taking.
diabetic.
Well, that I don't know. I'm not even gonna pretend to know. But I do know that he told me that because I'm a religious Diet Dew drinker. I had to
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
just kick it. I don't drink it anymore at all.
That
I'll
is so
drink
hard though.
drink
I
maybe
get
one
like
or two Mountain Dews a day, and the rest is water or decaffeinated coffee.
I get
Wait a second. Krista's.
see I drink a
I'm
gallon
sorry.
every night. She must be talking about water.
I know, but she must be up peeing every night if she drinks a gallon every night.
Oh yeah, that's
Do
me.
you,
I'm
um,
every hour.
like, do you sleep at night?
Sleep? What's that? I haven't had sleep in 5 years.
She must be up peeing all night.
Um, Crumb crazy. I just realized what she said.
What'd you say? I missed it.
You're gonna have to scroll.
Stop.
Oh my
Well,
God.
you ain't got to worry about that here, crime crazy. I'm straight.
Nice typo.
No
I was
problem.
I completely missed it. I just see I seen him talking about the typo, and I was like, well, what the hell did she say? I scrolled up and bam, there it was.
Wow. Yeah, you should remove your comment.
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
I'm a white little baby. Oh my god.
How I've missed my crazy friends in this chat room.
That was
Could
funny.
you imagine if they would have literally put you in quiet time
Oh, just,
if you would have been in here and when he
oh
was in the
yeah.
hospital?
Oh, for sure. I was lucky. I had my own room. It was pretty chill, and I actually had my kitchen manager bringing bringing the ICU nurses food.
Oh my
So I was kind
god.
of bribing them with shit a little bit here and there.
Did it work?
Yeah, oh yeah, I got a lot of stuff that I probably shouldn't have had.
God. Yeah,
I have a
I'm
question.
crying. Oh my god. Go ahead.
Krista, you drank a gallon of water and then slept for 16 hours.
She's a camel in her previous life. Yes, crime crazy. If you leave it zipped, you won't have to worry about that. You should probably just quit while you're ahead.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's
Oh
never a dull
god.
moment between Troll, White Widow Baby, and Crime Crazy. Never a dull moment at all. Y'all should
Right,
see
Scott
y'all
H?
y'all should see the email threads. Oh my god.
I can only imagine.
Oh my god. Hey,
Come
Dr.
to me,
Pepper.
baby. Oh my god. You
So
know
Scott
they charge extra for that White Widow baby. Our crime crazy said it. I'm sorry. You guys both have long names and they're all caps. I get them screwed up. I have to read it like 3 times.
Okay, so Scott H, that's what I'm saying. Sweet tea has got water in it.
Yep, it does.
So I rest my
But it
case.
doesn't. I understand that, but it still doesn't count as a water.
Yes,
No,
it does. It
it
does
really
too.
it really doesn't.
Yes, it
It
does.
doesn't.
Because the tea actually does dry you out a little bit. Same thing as decaffeinated
And
coffee.
yeah, same as coffee.
Well, I don't drink coffee. Like I have to be in the mood to drink coffee. I can't. I'm like some people wake up and that's the first thing they need in the morning. I've never been like that.
I
It,
can't. I've never drank a cup of coffee.
everybody in my family, I think I'm the only person in my family that does not drink coffee like they do. My grandfather drank it from the time he woke up to the time he went to bed. He drank coffee.
That's how my grandma is.
I don't see how they do it. He would drink his with no sugar in it. And I just, ugh,
No, I
can't.
have to have creamer.
And see, I can only drink the flavored kind of coffees. Like down here, we have the community coffee, and you can get like the Mardi Gras King Cake kind, or you can get the vanilla or something like that. Uh, I can't drink just regular coffee.
Yeah, no, I can't drink black coffee. Is like the most
Oh,
revolting thing ever.
oh my God. My dad would go make a pot of coffee
Mm,
in the morning and just pour it straight out of the coffee pot
mm.
into his cup and get no creamer, no sugar, no nothing. I'm just sitting here like going, oh my God.
My mom and dad would sit by the pool.
Oh,
It'd be 105 degrees,
and drinking
drinking
coffee.
hot ass steaming coffee, sitting in the sun, black coffee.
My grandfather
And
did that.
I would just look at him
Oh,
and shake my freaking head while I drank my beer and go, I don't even understand. I don't know. I didn't
I,
come from you.
I
They
don't know.
sipping sipping coffee, talking about how hot it is outside.
Oh my God. Yeah, this conversation in this chat has went left
Oh
and
yeah.
back around and left about 10 more times.
Sorry, it was my question.
No, 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 no. It was the typo.
Yeah, it was the typo that
It
did
was
it.
it was a typo.
It all went south there.
Well, it wasn't my fault this time, Crime Chrysler.
I don't do creamer unless it's creamer. Oh God.
Oh my goodness.
On that happy note, I'm gonna say good to see everybody. I'm gonna go get some rest, and we'll see you hopefully tomorrow night.
Okay, well have a good night.
Bye, Big
Thanks for having
Guy.
me up. It's good to
Oh,
see you
you're
all.
welcome. Good to
Thanks for the
see you.
prayers and the jokes. And I'll I'm gonna go get some pineapple and get that ready for tomorrow.
Thanks for the information on Creepo. That
No,
was
no,
crazy.
yeah, I'll tell you. When I read that, I meant to bring that back up because it was just I was enthralled by it. As a matter of fact, I got lost in the conversation in the chat because I was reading it.
Wait,
And after I dropped the link for that story, I was like, "Oh shit, that's like 8 pages of reading. I probably shouldn't have done that." But it is the guy is
oh.
interesting
Oh
for sure.
yeah, that article was like super interesting. But
Yeah.
wait, King Scarlet just asked me, have you put creamer in your Coke with lemon?
Ew.
Like creamer that you put in your coffee?
Well, it'd have to be liquid because the powder won't dissolve unless it's hot.
No, I've never done that. I do
No.
put powdered creamer, like you know how you can buy the oatmeal in the little packages
Yep.
that has. I put the hell out of some coffee creamer in those
Like
when I eat
dry
them.
creamer?
Yeah, like the powdered creamer. Yeah, because you know you can get the oatmeal that has like peaches and cream. Uh, yeah, I
Huh.
put that. I put a lot of it in my oatmeal because it doesn't have enough.
Huh.
So
I use
yeah,
Yeah, I
coffee
was
creamer.
gonna.
I use coffee creamer to start fires sometimes. It's great for starting fires.
I didn't know that.
Super flammable. Yeah, YouTube it. You'll die laughing.
Hmm.
Creates awesome explosions.
You know what else creates awesome explosions? Hairspray
What's that?
cans. Hairspray
Yes, that
cans
too.
with a lighter.
Yes. Well,
Yeah,
hairspray cans with tracer rounds is pretty cool too.
like you can shoot off a flame with a damn hairspray can.
The chat is going crazy about coffee creamer and Coke.
I know that they do. She's saying vanilla creamer that she
Yeah,
likes the taste of it,
I can see vanilla. Vanilla Coke is good if you get it out of a soda fountain.
but it has to be cold.
Yeah, ice
Like
cold.
So
right.
So King Scarlet News, does it taste like a lemon vanilla Coke since it has the creamer and the lemon?
See, you lost me with lemon and vanilla.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand if the lemon makes the creamer help taste like. You know what I mean? Like I just don't know the combination.
Right.
Me
yeah.
I've never heard of that, of putting
either.
creamer in your Coke.
And it sounds interesting, so that's why I'm like, hmm.
Mm.
Wait, Jay Luck said, I love coffee with Coke.
Yeah, they have that now.
I think she means cocaine.
No, they have coffee with Coca-Cola.
Do they really?
Yes, it's in the cans at the grocery store.
Oh, for
Ugh.
God's
Oh,
sake.
girl.
And they even have it in the coffee aisle by the with the bags of the grind coffee, like community coffee, the bags.
Hmm.
Um, they even have it over there.
Do they sell community coffee up north?
Nope.
No, they
Never
have
heard
to
of it.
order it on Amazon
Okay, I didn't know if it was sold down
or
here.
maybe Walmart.
I just had to give
Yes.
away. I just had to give away 4 bags of Death Wish coffee. I'm really not happy about it.
Oh, wow. Hey, Megan, how are you?
Yeah, too much caffeine.
Uh, let's
All right,
see.
you
Let's
crazy
go.
kids, be
Ugh.
good, stay out of trouble,
All
Good
right,
night,
love
Big
you.
Ed.
be kind
Try
to
to
your
get some
neighbors.
sleep.
I'm going to do that right now.
All right. Well, have a
We'll
good night.
seizures all laters.
All right. Have a good night.
Bye.
Adios.
So, when I was a kid, we would eat vanilla ice cream with lemonade. I've never tried that either. Which I don't, I mean, I can eat plain vanilla ice cream, but I'm more of, because only thing we eat here is bluebell ice cream. And so they have like the seasonal flavors. Um, so I hardly ever eat just plain vanilla.
Did you put the ice cream inside the lemonade like a root beer float?
Oh, root beer floats are really, really good. Apple pie. Oh, apple pie and vanilla ice cream. Oh my gosh. Yes.
Yeah, I need to stop because I'm a whole diabetic. Tonka, where do you live? Tonka says they sell it there.
She's in Alaska.
Oh, snap. The pa- oh no, that's Hawaii. Um, Alaska has community coffee.
Hmm. I thought it was just like a southern thing, but I don't know. Scott H said yes, it's like a float. I've never heard of that. Of ice cream with
Neither.
lemonade. I mean, it might be good though.
I know, but you need the carbonation and the bubbles for the top of your ice cream, you know?
Yep. Sunflower Dragon, you have a wonderful night and you're very welcome. The coffee and Coke is so good. Must try it at least. Jay, look, I will see if I can find it. I'll see if they have that here.
Oh, they got it there, trust me.
Let's see, there's a lot of. Oh, there's a lot of. My uncle was actually born in Alaska. He was an Air Force brat.
What is berberine?
Look, CU2 is telling you to look it up.
I know, but I don't know
Let's
berberine.
see. Ash's community coffee is good. All of Troll's family, that's all they drink. It's community coffee. My family only drink Folgers, but community coffee has all the different flavors. Uh, I always get when it's seasonal, like during Mardi Gras, they have the Mardi Gras king cake kind, and then other than that, I usually the French vanilla kind is really good. Let's see.
Okay, thank you. See you too. I googled it. I googled it. I'll look at it after. Thank you.
Let's see. All right, what are we adding caramel to?
Caramel.
It's caramel.
It must be a North Louisiana. It must be a North Louisiana versus South Louisiana thing. It's caramel.
It's caramel.
What do you call it? Praline.
A praline.
And a pecan. I mean a pecan.
A pecan. Yeah, some people around here pronounce them pecans. I'm like, no, it is a pecan. It is salmon, not salmon.
All right, look. I don't know what you talking about. You must not be from Louisiana.
Oh yeah, born, raised here. I just pronounce my shit different than all y'all.
Yeah,
I've
you
heard
got
that Black
that.
Rifle coffee is good.
I never heard of none of that. Or whatever Big Al said neither.
Oh no, I haven't heard of. I forgot now what he said, but I've never heard of it. See, Scott H said after 53 years, I finally discovered Nutella. I've I've never tried that. I just don't know
Oh my gosh.
if it would be good.
It is good. Don't even question it.
Wait,
Don't even question
little baby says I say wash instead of wash.
it. I say caramel too.
It's caramel. Water instead of water. I pronounce water like I don't sound my T out in it.
Water?
It's water. Or like daughter. I don't say it like a lot of people say it. Death Wish coffee. Okay, so that was what he said, Death Wish coffee. I've never heard of that.
Why not a good idea,
I,
Krista?
I think because Big Al said it's got a lot of caffeine in it. We call cat or
Oh,
dog food. Wait, cat or dog food is crunchies? I just call it all. Everything is feed here. You got horse feed, you got cow feed, you got cat feed, you got dog feed. You just got feed. You go feed the dogs, you go feed the cat, you feed your horses. It's all feed. I'm still stuck on the creamer. Oh my god.
like meth vibes, high caffeine, like that kind of caffeine. I don't understand. Like you could be doing the crazy stuff.
Well, I know. Hey, Vaughn, how are you? There is some coffee. I don't remember who sells it, but there is like three levels of caffeine in it. There's like a level one, a level two, and a level three. I got the level three one time. Uh, I just thought that it was just like a sales gimmick. You know, it wasn't going to be any different than level one. Yeah, I was completely wrong. When that shit started kicking in about an hour later, yeah, I was awake. I wasn't tired. Uh, and she, is it? It's New Orleans.
New Orleans.
Some people pronounce it uh, New
New
Orleans,
Orleans.
or
Yeah.
if you go really down south, it's no. Shit, I
New
can't say.
Orleans. New
Uh,
Orleans.
or New Orleans.
Nolans.
Yeah, it's.
Nolans.
She says New Orleans. Yeah, I just say New Orleans.
New Orleans.
Not
Yeah.
Nolans. Yeah, Jay, like how you're saying it, Nolans.
Yeah. It's actually in a, yeah, Scott H got it right.
It's just it depends on where you're at in Louisiana, how they pronounce stuff.
We pretty much say New Orleans and all that other stuff the same.
Yeah, pecans. People say pecans. Oh my god, that irritates the hell out of me. Pecans. It's a damn
And me
pecan.
too. I'd be like, hold up, let me go get you a coffee can to pee in.
Literally, like just irritates the hell out of me. And we have a lot of damn pecan orchards up here around where we're at too.
Man, look,
Crazy.
y'all got me so lost with all this coffee crap. All I know is they got dark, I mean, they got coffee that comes in a pot and you could put creamer or sugar in it or nothing. That's all I know about coffee. I don't know nothing else.
I
And
mean,
then
we
they
have
got a whole freaking aisle of nothing but coffee.
right. I mean, usually you go to the coffee aisle if you're getting community coffee. You're getting either the breakfast blend or you're getting the medium roast, well, light roast, medium roast, or dark roast. That's like
My
your
family likes
philosophy.
dark roast.
That's what Troll's family drinks.
Hmm.
And I'm just like, oh, I don't like it. I don't like the dark roast. I would rather have. I like the breakfast blend. It's really good too.
What is it like? Dark roast is like stronger or something?
Yeah, yeah. It's like, yeah, really strong. I don't like it. Let's see, now I'm wondering if I'm pronouncing ashes. It's a Louisiana thing. Like, really. No matter where you go in Louisiana, people's going to pronounce something differently. See, you hate Australia. Oh, you'd hate Australia. We have so many coffee. We do have a lot of coffee options here.
I'm so lost. Yeah, I'm glad I don't drink coffee.
Now, where did I see that at? In Miami, they have the Cuban coffee. I think it's the Cuban coffee. That is
I
like
say
it
Oregon.
the Cuban coffee comes in like a little. All you can drink is a little bit cup of it, and it's
What?
like, yeah, it's like super strong.
Like a shot?
Yeah, well, it's like a maybe a little bit, maybe like a double shot, but
Oh
it's like
wow.
super strong. So that's why they only give it to you in a different, like in a smaller cup.
I wonder how many dumbasses put a bunch of them in one cup.
Let's see, Oregon. Wait, are y'all pronouncing Oregon now?
Yes, is it Oregon or Oregon?
I say Oregon.
Oregon, yeah.
Yeah, that's how. Let's see, I'm not even a coffee person, but I love to try all drinks. King Scarlet, you sound like my son. If there's like a new flavor of an energy drink, he is gonna try it. If there's a new flavor of a chip, he is gonna try it. Like that boy, he'll come home and be like, "Oh yeah, this is like the new flavor that they got." Or Mountain Dew. If a new, you know how Mountain Dew's got all these different flavors. If it comes out with a new
Mhm.
flavor in Mountain Dew, he's gonna try it. It's crazy. They had gingerbread flavored Mountain Dew. So he
Uh-uh.
orders, yeah, it was disgusting, but he orders a 12 pack. Okay. He drinks a couple of them, saves the rest of the cans that hadn't been opened. People are buying these cans on eBay for like $10 a can.
Uh-uh.
Yeah. And I'm just like, no, dude, I'm not even dealing with trying to ship a can of Coke. Better drink the damn thing. It's crazy. But he loves Mountain Dew. Like they came out with a pitch black. Oh my god, it's disgusting. But he
A
has to try
Mountain
it.
Dew period is disgusting.
I can drink the regular kind, but I like it's the yellow one. I forgot what it's called. It's got the pineapples or whatever on it. That's the only two that I like.
I have no idea. I think the only one I know is like Baja Blast.
No, those are good too. New Hampshire or New Hampshire. It's New Hampshire.
New Hampshire.
In Hampshire, that's pronounced it's or pronounced like that over in the UK though, right?
I think they might have shires here too.
Do they?
I don't know, but I'm sure White Widow Baby's gonna let us know.
Let's see. Tad got a new hamster. Is that how you pronounce it, Tad? New hamster.
Space tasted like nightmares.
Let's see. Yes, I do that. I post them all on my IG. Everyone is always asking, "What is that? Where did you buy it?" Most of mine are all fruity drinks. So, Keith Scarlett, are you talking about just like regular drinks, or are you talking about alcoholic drinks? And where are y'all coming up with like all these different ways to pronounce all these different things?
Nahamsha, Nahamsha.
It's New Hampshire.
I know.
No.
I'm trying to figure out how he gets Nahamsha out of that.
Okay, so no alcohol, so just all regular drinks then. Okay. Let's see. I'll be here all week. Be sure to tip your waitress. Where's Dree? Am I pronouncing that right? Y'all, I've got to start making sure I'm pronouncing people's names right now. See, Dr. Pepper has it. I hate Dr. Pepper. Oh my
What
God,
is
I
it?
hate it. Oh, it leaves that aftertaste.
Yeah, it does.
I,
Diet chocolate pepper too.
yes, I don't
I
like
was
it.
just, I was wondering what the new drink was.
Okay, so it's Dree. Okay. Well, Dree, welcome to chat. And like Callie Dub said, please don't be shy. Oh, Doctor, that's exactly what it is. It's shit, White Widow baby.
Oh, I did see that. I bet you that is good though. I
Ooh,
ain't gonna
Dr. Pepper
lie.
strawberry. Oh, I don't drink no strawberry drinks. I don't eat nothing that tastes like strawberry. The only strawberry that I eat is an actual strawberry. That is it.
See, that's how
I,
I am with cherry. I
I
don't like
can't.
anything flavored cherry, but I love cherries.
Now, cherry Pepsi is good, uh, and chocolate covered cherries. Those are awesome. And I can eat cherry straight out of a jar. But
Yeah,
I
me too.
can't. I can't drink or eat like strawberry candy. I ugh. And I don't eat nothing grape. I don't drink nothing
Me
grape.
either.
Uh-uh.
It must be a Louisiana thing. I
No,
don't know.
girl. No, girl. I drink a Demon Days. Okay.
A what?
A Demon Days.
What is
And I
that?
it's an it's an alcoholic drink that you know how we have in Louisiana we have the pull through bars or whatever. We
Yeah.
have a lot. We have two of them here, and they have a small, a medium, a large, and then a monster size. I got the monster size, and it's great. Disgusting. I drank the whole thing. I got sick. Yeah, I can't. I can't drink nothing great after that. And this has been like 20 years ago. This is
Uh-huh.
disgusting.
You only got sick because it was grape, not because of the alcohol.
No,
Okay,
no,
I
it
got
was
you.
no. I got sick because of the alcohol, but it's a great tasting drink. So because I got
Oh,
sick
okay.
from it, and I can't drink anything great tasting now because
Coming
it
up,
makes
it was
yeah.
disgusting.
Oh my god, girl! I drank that 2 bottles of Boone's and like 8 shots of Jose. I was sick as a fucking dog. Oh my god.
White Widow baby tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure tomorrow. And it's yellow.
Yellow.
Wait, what was this other one? Oh, in
I
Florida.
wait. What is it?
Somebody said Florida or Florida. It's Florida.
Florida. There's no I in neither one.
Florida does have an I in it. Florida.
Yeah.
Girl,
Where's the I say Florida.
yeah, I don't pronounce the I. It's just Florida.
Oh, I say Florida. That's what I was confused when she was saying it. Lord.
I'm crazy still thinking about that creamer.
I don't answer the phone because it doesn't
Oh
ring,
my
so I
god.
can't say anything.
Okay, so when you answer the phone, do you say Grand Central? I just say hello. Unless it's somebody that I don't know who it is, and then I answer, why the fuck you calling my phone?
I don't even have anyone calling me to say that.
See, red vine, Swiss candy, licorice, and oh, I can't. Licorice is, oh my god, that is horrible. See, and Diet Coke is my perfect snack. licorice. Ugh.
Diet Coke and anything is my perfect snack.
Ugh.
As long as I have a Diet Coke, I don't even need a snack.
Now, Diet Coke ain't that bad. It's really not. I can do regular Coke or Diet Coke. Okay, Wednesday has a D, but who pronounce? I pronounce it Wednesday.
True. Wednesday. That D is silent.
Half the shit that I pronounce on here, y'all, is probably not pronounced right, and I'm just gonna blame it on the accent.
When I came here to Arizona, I have to repeat myself 2 or 3 times for them to understand what the hell I'm saying. Are you serious?
When I lived in Illinois, I was there for uh, probably 3 months total, and yeah, I had to pronounce everything I said too. They didn't understand me, but I had to come home
Goodness.
because they didn't have the right type of food. I got
Oh
up there.
shit.
I got up there and there was no Tonys, and I had to come home. That was
Oh,
a
White
deal
Widow
breaker.
baby, you're in Arizona too? Man, even now, my aunt, I'll say something and she'll be like, "What?" And then I have to, because I talk fast and with our accent or whatever, and then I have to stop and make sure I pronounce every word correctly. And she's a teacher, y'all. Like, come on, she's probably like, whatever.
You're not
Don't
pronouncing
get
your
it.
words correctly.
Okay, King Scarlet News. If I don't show up in the chat for a couple of days, y'all might want to email me, kind of like call my family, make sure I'm still alive. If I'm not alive, blame it on King Scarlet News. Y'all screenshot this right now. No, I'm just joking.
Well, you try it and then you let me know how it is. Because I just don't know if I could put creamer. Now, the lemon may be okay because don't they have lemon Coke?
Wait,
Is
hold
that,
up. I
or is that,
gotta try. I gotta do the liquid creamer, right?
yeah, I would think the liquid kind. Okay, your accent isn't that thick though. Coming from Colorado to southern Georgia, I couldn't understand anyone. No, mine isn't as thick as what the ones down south, like South Louisiana. Um, their accent is completely different than mine. Now, when you get
Wait,
over
Kevin.
to like the Carolinas and Georgia, theirs is like really thick. So put the lime in the Coke. Okay, so she said, yeah, liquid.
Next thing you know, they gonna have me rimming that Coke with salt.
Having you a Coke margarita,
Yeah.
lime and Corona, or I've never had lime on cucumbers.
That's what I'm talking about, White Widow baby. They talk about limes and stuff.
Oh my god, I've been on here for over 5 hours, y'all. I'm
Oh,
about to get
snap.
up.
Yeah. I'm gonna get down so that you can finish your live.
All right,
Thanks
White Widow
for
Baby
letting
said
me
to put that creamer on the rim.
I'll be in the chat until you finish. Bye.
All right. Have a good night.
Bye bye.
All right, y'all. So I'm fixing to get out of here. I didn't realize I'd been on here this long. Strawberry Malibu. Oh no, y'all. I don't drink, but if I'm gonna drink, it's got to be Malibu for sure. And White Widow Baby, did you ever find that Boone's Farm that I was telling you about? It's really good too. Stone Gator, have a good night. Everyone in Motown doesn't understand. See that this is Tennessee Mountain Girl says the first three times. Okay. See, no, I need to look it up. I know that the Strawberry Hill is probably the best. You'd probably like it. So are you doing the members? Yes, Tonka. I'm actually writing myself a note and sticking it on my computer before I close my computer, so I don't forget. Because I do want to go over some of the Lori Vallow stuff tomorrow to kind of get everybody who's not too familiar with the case kind of caught up before Monday. What is tomorrow? Or, well, it's April the 2nd. No, it don't even seem like it's April now. All right, so I'm going to do the members only live. And we're going to do it at 9:30 p.m. my time. So it'll be an hour earlier than what I usually go live. Let's see. Strawberry Hill brings back Callie Dime. I was telling White Widow Baby about it. Here, like in high school, that's what all the high school kids drink. It was always Strawberry Hill. And I wanted her to try it because I figured she would like it. Dry martini with pickle instead of olives. Olives are just plain nasty. Oh my gosh. Ashes, there is a movie about her, but I haven't watched it. Tonka, have a good night. All right, y'all. I'm fixing to get out of here so I can go to bed. So like I said, tomorrow night... So, Callie, your first hangover was from Strawberry Hill. It is really good. That's about the only strawberry drink that I like. But it's not a very strong strawberry. Oh, Jen. It was like all the kids, like my high school was, I think 200 people, a little over 200 people total. And that's what all of us drank was Strawberry Hill. Hey, Dill, how are you? Let's see, I moved on to Stella Rosa. Oh, Strawberry Hill's the only wine that I'll drink. All the other shit smells horrible. All right, so thank you all so much for coming and hanging out with me tonight. It's been a blast. My side is hurting. Oh, Lord. White Widow Baby. Are you in the closet? The green apple one was good too, but definitely. I never had the green apple. I did have the fuzzy navel, but Strawberry Hill was always like everybody's go-to. Okay, hate to think what you... Scott, come back and join us again. It's been a while since you've been in here with us. Callie, you are very welcome, and thank you so much for joining us. Oh, Lord, y'all. I need to get out of here. Wait with a baby and crime crazy. They're going to have me over here where I'm going to need oxygen. Ashes, yes. Tonight was a blast. It was good to have Big Al back up here, have him laughing and all that, too. So, y'all keep Big Al in your prayers. Gigi and her husband, keep them in your prayers. Baby Boop. Let me think who else. Who was it that said that they lost their brother earlier tonight? Do y'all remember? Callie, have a wonderful night. I don't remember who it was, but if y'all remember, keep them in their family in your prayers. All right, so I'm out of here. I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night. And I will be back tomorrow at 9:30 for members only. And then we'll do members only. Okay, so it was Lori that said that about her brother. Okay, we'll keep her and her family in your prayers. But tomorrow night at 9:30 Central Time, it's basically an hour before I usually go live. And yeah, y'all don't forget, today is Bread's birthday. All right, I'm out of here. I love you all. Have a good night, and I will talk to y'all tomorrow night.